with you first just to set up things before our first class because it's going to take probably just some time, but let's see how that goes. So let's look at the course overview. You said there are going to be about 20 of you. Let me see how people are here now. Apart from the administrator, okay, then quite a number of people have joined now. All right. So I think last year the class was quite kind of a mixed one. Let me see by an emoji hand. How many of you have a background in economics? Your first degree was in economics, or you've done something economics. It could have been a business related program. Okay. Just one person. Keep it up. Don't take it down. Just keep it up so that I can get the number well. Okay, so I have four now. Do I take it that if I take out the host, 14 of you, only four have a background in economics. Is that the case, or the rest don't want to mind me? Let me make sure that we are all here and not just here not here virtually. So apart from those who have raised their hands, Adna, Inuza, are you here? Adnan,
Yes, sir, I'm here, please.
okay. Alasan,
Yes, Doc, I'm here.
all right, thank you.
Thank
Anthony,
you. Hello.
Yes, Doc. Present.
Bismarck, Bismarck, Bismarck is with us in spirit, not in flesh. Bismarck, Eric Udro,
Yes, Doc, I'm here.
all right.
I'm here, Doc.
Esther,
Yes, Doc.
okay. I have someone using iPhone. Can you change your name? Change the iPhone and make it and kindly write your actual name there. So rename the iPhone. Who is iPhone?
Joseph Kenanti. I'm changing it right
Okay.
now.
All right, thank you. Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moses,
Yes, sir.
Patrick, Patrick, Patrick Isiamalabi is not here. So Bismarck and Patrick have just joined, but they are not here. Who's
Bismarck is
saying
here, sir.
Bismarck? Where did you go to? Patrick, I want to hear your voice. Are you somewhere very busy? Okay. All right. So I had about four people raising up their hands. So you can bring it down now. And let me also ask, because of what the tool you're going to be using, how many of you have how do you call it? Experience in using Python? Hopefully you've heard of it before. How many of you have experience in using Python? Enoch, is that saying yes?
Hello, Doc.
Yes.
No, you asked those who had a background in economics, and I raised my hand.
Yes. Now I said you should bring it down, and I'm asking if you have anybody who has a background in Python, the use of the
No,
software
no,
Python.
sir.
Okay, so you can bring down your hand. Anyone? Nobody? Is this the first time you are here? But I'm sure you've heard of it before.
Yes, we've heard of it before, but we've not used it before.
You've not used it before.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll see how we can overcome that. So if anything, if uh should have had your contact maybe earlier, could have probably shared some material so that you would have get familiar with it before our meeting today. But anyway, that's fine. We are going to do learning by doing. But given that we only have as much time as possible, as we don't have too much time that will be together. So you have to make sure that most of the things that we do here will just be something that would also motivate you to go back and then do more, learn more. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. You won't be able to get what we are doing. All right, so let's just start now. So informatics for economics, just going to look at the course overview and do some setup, especially that's in terms of the software. So because it's going to take a lot of time to download the software, we'll use its alternative, but let's see. So what's the course generally about? Informatics for economics introduces economic students. And here, because you are doing informatics with economics, it means that I'm taking you as economic students. Or is it economics with informatics, your program? I think it is informatics for economics with.
Economics, informatics.
Okay, okay. So it means you are still economic students. So
Yes.
that's, yes. So you are being introduced to economics, sorry, introduces economic students to computational tools for applied economic data analysis. Usually when it comes to economics, it's the main tool we use for analysis is econometrics. Okay, econometrics. That's statistics, mass applied to economic theory. Okay, statistics and mass applied to economic theory. And I'm sure everybody here has done statistics before. Mass, dear, everybody has done it before because mass, even from primary school, you did it. SHS, you did it. University, depending on the program you did. And the way you guys are doing this program, it means that definitely you have done some maths before. And also, I dare to say you've all done statistics before. Or is there anybody here who hasn't done statistics before? Anyone here who hasn't done statistics before? Okay, so silence means you've all done statistics before. All right, so that would have been econometrics. However, given the evolution of new techniques and new techniques and the data that is also available. Now we talk about big data. All of these things are available. We need some tools to be able to help us to delve more and get better insights into data. Okay, so that's why we are going to be using going by computational tools. But let me just hasten to add that if it was more of a regular program where we meet every week for, say, 13 or 12 weeks, definitely the things that we do in econometrics would have also appeared here. Only applying it or using this tool, the Python software to do it now, instead of using the normal one the normal tool like Stata and other available tools that we normally use in economics. So let's probably get that. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. So this course is not a generic Python course. So the main thing is that we're going to avoid trying to say we are teaching Python. Sorry, I don't know whether there are you can hear some background noise at my end, but hopefully to end soon. Maybe next time I should go to the office and do this. So we are going to apply it rather than say I'm going to teach Python, but as we go along, would at least, because you still have to understand this tool before you can really apply it. But yes, I understand that most of you don't, or all of you don't have, some of you have just joined, so maybe those who have just joined have uh, experience with using it. But otherwise, it's still going to be gentle. At least by the time you finish, at least you appreciate how to use the tool and then even be motivated to go and learn further. It is organized around the empirical workflow economists use to move from a research question to reproducible evidence. So usually, what do we see as a workflow? Normally, we start with an economic question. Okay, start with an economic question. You need something to be able to answer this question, and that is data. So you acquire the data, you clean that data, you manipulate the data, but here is not in terms of, not in negative terms, maybe the data transformation, like find the log of the variable and other things that you can do. So this is not a negative connotation. Yeah. Now this part is just an addition because you do probably want to query data. We'll be looking at that later in one of the weeks where we can query data using the SQL. But otherwise, even from here, it's more about moving into visualizing the data. Or would say, apart from visualization, it's visualization and more of descriptives. So descriptive, and then you can visualize that descriptive. So find the mean, the median, the mode, doing some bivariate analysis, all of that within here. But visualizing, if there are, say, categories, how many you plot to see how many are in each category in terms of your respondents. Then you run analysis, you interpret the results, and then you produce an output. So generally, this is even for your is it project work or your dissertation, this is generally what you're going to be doing. What you think about a research question, or probably start with a research idea, a broader topic that you want to look at, but you'd narrow it down to a clear economic question, which is unambiguous. Clear economic question. And then how do you answer that? After you've gone through the literature to find out most information on it, and then how to analyze it, that's analyze and answer your economic question. You acquire the data, and most often the data may not be as clean as you want it, especially if it is a survey data that you go to the field to collect yourself, or you download it from maybe Ghana Statistical Service or wherever. Okay, but if it is some secondary data, like time series data you download from the World Bank, like the World Development Indicators, the IMF website or FRED, wherever, some may be clean. You may not have to do much to it. Then you have to transform some of the variables. You visualize to see how it looks like in terms of maybe distribution. Okay, you do you generate a histogram just to see the distribution of the continuous variables, or you generate a pie chart or bar graph for a categorical variable just to see how these categorical variables are distributed. Then based on that, you've gotten a general idea about it. Then you run your regression, which will help you to have an in-depth, be more analytical about your question. And that is where you are more or less moving towards answering your question. Then you interpret the results, and then you produce a report based on that. So that is what generally it is. Okay. So again, this course can also be done for undergraduate economic students, early graduate economic students, and hopefully I can put you in that category as early graduate economic students. Students with little or no programming background. Okay, so students with a little or no programming background. So maybe you have a programming background in R. Does anybody use R? Anyone here who uses R?
The minorly.
Minor, okay. But okay, so I think I'm not sure whether you're here earlier. Do you use Python? Have you used Python before? It's always Matthew.
Yes, please.
You use Python. That's good. Anyone else? Those who have just joined. Debbie Q, Kofi Prince, Ebenezer Forson. Enoch. Grace. I can see another
Yes,
iPhone.
Doc.
Yeah, I'm asking a question. Which software? Are you familiar with R or Python?
No, please.
Those I called. Are you online or you've just joined and
Doc,
having a
we are
couple?
online. Oh.
We
We
are
are here,
online.
Doc.
Okay. Don't worry.
We
From experience, I know students join and then they'll just leave the machine and they are somewhere else. Okay. So students with some exposure to statistics or econometrics but limited data programming experience. And as I said, definitely, I'm not sure there's any language student here. Is there any language student here? Somebody who did maybe BSc English or an art program. As long as you didn't do any art program and you did some social science course or business course, you have done statistics. For econometrics, maybe for those who did economics in their first degree, you may have done econometrics. So we need this to appreciate some of the things that you're going to be doing further. Okay. So what's going to be the course philosophy? So economics first, coding second. So every coding activity begins with an economic question. Okay. And especially because you're not going to have time to teach the coding first because just one session will not be enough for that. It should have been done prior to this. But so the idea is that we look at the economic idea and see how we can use the coding to answer that economic question. So practical competence, students learn enough programming to perform credible empirical analysis. Reproducibility, students organize files, avoid obsolete paths, document code, and rerun notebooks. Then interpretation matters. Students explain what tables, graphs, and regression results mean economically. And then progressive skill building. Each week builds naturally on the previous week. So given that it won't be good if somebody is still not here and doesn't even join today's class. Also, next week is going to be a build on this week, and the third week also be a build on the first and second. So if you miss the second, also it means that you miss out when we are in the third week or the subsequent weeks. So I hope we would all be able to join every weekend unless there's something that would have to take you away and you can't join. But otherwise, I can see this is being recorded. But from my experience, I know even when you record and you give out, it's sometimes difficult for even students to still look at it. But you may be different, so that's fine. And I'm glad you are different. All right, so our learning outcomes, we are hoping that by the end of this program, we're able to explain how informatics supports empirical economic analysis. So we use Jupyter Notebook or Google Colab to write and run Python code. Create, load, inspect, and manipulate economic data sets using pandas, clean data sets by handling missing values, duplicates, incorrect types, and inconsistent variable names. Be able to merge and reshape data sets, acquire economic data from the public using the APIs and some simple web sources. Use SQL to query structured economic data sets, produce clear tables and visualizations and economic interpretations, estimate and interpret simple OLS using Python, but it shouldn't end there because there are several techniques that can be applied or can be used depending on the dependent variable you have. So this one is saying simple OLS. But I'm probably going forward, I may probably change some things as we are building on. So let's see how that goes. But this will just be the basics in even econometrics. This is what we start from, OLS. But OLS is just the foundation to analysis. If your dependent variable is different, you can't use OLS. So as we learn this, you have to know that there are other ways that you can also do the analysis depending on the dependent variable you have. Distinguish between discrete association and causal interpretation, and organize reproducible data analysis project, and then prepare a short empirical report based on the reproducible notebook. So quite a lot, but some of them maybe just one time, or you learn it and then it continues till the very end. So I'm hoping that these 6 weeks that we're going to meet, these are the things that we would hopefully be looking at. As I said, week 0 should have been outside of this, but that is what we'll be starting with. Okay, so the software setup and our first notebook would either use, let's see how it goes. Either use Jupyter from Anaconda, or use Colab from the Google setup. That one, as long as you have a Google account, it means that you have Colab. Whether you use it or not, you have it. So what we're going to be creating and saving a small economic data set. So we'll just learn something small in that area or in that regards. Just maybe, if you guys are interested, sorry for those who don't have any idea on this. I think majority don't have any idea on Python. I'll see if within the week or by the end of the weekend, I'll generate some materials which may be friendly enough for you to probably in a day or two, you can use it to get a general idea about this. So let's see. Let's see how that goes. So week 1, after the setup, week 1, which is today, we look at introduction to informatics for economics and first data analysis in Python. Python basis, pandas filtering and grouping, and then GDP growth. We'll apply it to a very small data set, which has these few variables. Later, we can apply it to a much larger data set. Then in week 2, we'll look at data cleaning and merging, but I'll check again. Some of the things may be quite too small for a week, but again, okay, truth be told, it was just this week that I just got to know that we are having this class. So some of the things I would go back and then check, make sure that they are actually enough for a 4-hour weekend class. If it's too small, probably add on to make sure that we have enough for the week. Then week 3, we look at acquiring economic data. Some of the things may look like they are small, but when we start, because of maybe our level, we'll probably have to take some time to appreciate that. So week 4, look at SQL for economists. Then week 5, look at visualization regression. And then week 6, you do build some project. So everything you're going to be doing from now on to the final day, you should be thinking about how you're going to apply this to a project, which may be your final project. I'm not expecting us to write a certain exams. I'm not, that's the expectation, but so let's see how. So because of that, this is the tentative assessment structure that you're going to be having. So our weekly lab participation completion, weekly homework assignment. So I'm expecting that every week I'll be giving you an assignment which you would work on and then submit. Then final project notebook, final project short report, and then producibility and code organization. So to look at all of that, and that should sum up to our 100%. As I said, it's tentative. So let's see if things does not, I'm not expecting things to change, but uh, if things has to change, we'll have to make that change. So just to explain this further, so students attend practical sessions and complete guided lab activities, including pause and try exercises and short interpretation tasks. Weekly homework assignments. So homework extends the weekly lab activities and assess correct coding. So this is what I'll be looking out for. Correct coding, output generation, interpretation, clarity, and reproducibility. So if you give me a notebook and I run, I shouldn't get any issue. Okay, I shouldn't have an issue in running the code book because you have taken your time to generate a reproducible file. So when you say reproducible file, you're saying that anytime you go back and you are running it, you get the same thing, or anybody else who wants to do your work and gets your file should be able to run and generate the same results as you had. Then final project notebook. The notebook demonstrates the complete empirical workflow and should run from top to bottom without any error. So we'll be looking out for that. So final project, short report. So the report communicates motivation. So definitely if you pick an economic question, there has to be a motivation for that. Why are you doing it? Why is it necessary? Why is it important? What is the issue behind the question you want to find answers to? So the data, where you got it from, the source, that's the source, and then you do all the things, that the cleaning and everything that you're supposed to do on it. What method you are using, the findings, limitation, and conclusion in clear economic language. Then reproducibility and code organization. Students are assessed on relative paths, clear folders, commented code. You generate a README documentation, and then data citation. Okay, so all right, so we are supposed to first set up our software before we move into the what you're supposed to do for this week. And what we are going to do is to access, download. As we're going to be using Python. And Python, there are various ways of using it. Some are in a cloud, which is the Google Colab, and then we have the Jupyter Notebook, which we get in Anaconda. So I don't know how fast our internet is, but let's try both and see. Let me. I'm sure you can see still my slide, my screen.
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Okay. Maybe let me also say this. This class is going to be quite practical, as you've already noticed. Or if you've not noticed, I'm probably saying it now. It's going to be quite practical, or going to be practical. So it's best it's best if you use double screens, a laptop and then another screen, an extension screen, so that you put the Zoom video on one screen and then your other the notebook will be on the other screen so that you can be working alongside. Can be looking at what I'm doing and then the screen. Otherwise, you have your phone, which you can be looking at. You can be looking at the Zoom screen on the phone, and then your laptop can be your second screen where you'll be doing the doing the practical also. Okay, the best is if you have two screens because for the phone it's going to be quite small. Some of you are using iPhone currently. I hope you are. That means that you have your laptops which is available for you to use. Okay, so if you can't get a second screen to have an extension of your screen, then this is what I'm proposing to you. So your phone and then your laptop, which you can be doing you can be following and also be doing it. That being said, I hope we all have laptops. Is anybody here who doesn't have a laptop? If I had silence would mean that we all have laptops. Okay, great. So it means we all have laptops. Then we don't have
Sir, please, I
any.
have a question.
Yes, Isaac.
Yeah, I wanted to know, does it have any particular operating system it runs on? Maybe an iOS or a normal Windows node laptop.
I think you should be okay. Let me probably check. Let me come down Mac. Okay, so let me see this. And for the other one that we're going to use, so installing Anaconda on Mac provides a comprehensive environment for data science and AI. So you can use it on any of them. So based on this, it means you can use it, also install it on MacBook. I'm sure you're concerned about Mac.
Yes, please.
Because Windows guys is always a default for them. They wouldn't have problem with that. So you can do that. And for Jupyter, Google Colab, is web-based. So that one it shouldn't be an issue, even if this one was an issue. But anyway, I think later I'll default to Google Colab because of the extra benefits of that. Maybe I think Anaconda should maybe have that now, but you would when we start with C. So let's start with this. Let's all type Anaconda. Let's all type Anaconda, which is, yes, I don't know why they use the animal names. It's fair. The main one is Anaconda, and then we're going to be using Python within it. All of that, snakes. So if you don't like snakes today, I'm sure by the time we finish this course, you will like snakes. Okay, so that can you see when you type, did you see anything like this? Download Anaconda distribution, Anaconda Advanced AI with open science. Open source, sorry. So you click on any of them. I'm using the first one. I already have it, but we are just going through it together. So you click on download Anaconda distribution. Please let me know if you are with me. Okay, so that if I'm moving too fast, I can know how to slow down.
Yeah, with you.
Okay. All right, so Mini Anaconda is a free minimal installation for Conda. It's a small bootstrap version of. Okay. I haven't tried this mini Conda before. So maybe later I'll give it a try. So you can click on the get started, and then you probably have to sign in. Which I think I've signed it with my Google account. So let me try my Google account. Okay. So you sign in and then you can do the download. So either Anaconda distribution or the mini Anaconda. This one is a light one, so that one will download much faster. I should believe they all should be able to do the same thing. But the light installer, that only includes Conda, Python, and then their dependency. But this other one, the full package, it comes with several other other dependencies, other how do I call it? GEI. So whichever one you do, I have the full one. So let's try whichever one you want. This one will still give us what we want. Okay, but otherwise you can go for the full package.
So, hello, sir.
Yes, Inza.
So it's like alternatively, if you don't want to sign up, you can still download it. Just click on you want to proceed without signing up. And then
Okay.
you download it straightforward.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine. The main thing is that you get assistance when you sign up. By the way, so you go ahead and let's see. So if anybody's also using Linux, you can click here. So Mac, yours is also here. All right, so let's do that. Is it downloading? Has anybody finished downloading this?
Still signing up.
Okay. Okay. If you haven't signed up, you can download. Nisa said you can also download without signing up, then download and let's see. But if you started the other one, you can do that.
Yeah, hello sir.
Yes, Abraham.
Please, can you kindly go back some more? I've opened the Anaconda, but so where should I go again? Is it the signing in or the get demo?
The demo, let me see what is in the demo. No, so sign in instead. Sorry, Inusa, why did you say you went and you were able to?
Yeah, so the beginning when you type Anaconda, right? Then you see where it says get started. So under it, you see skip registration. So get started, returning user, and then under it, you see skip registration. So when you click on skip registration, you go straight to downloading the file.
Okay. I hope you heard that, Abraham, and the rest of us.
Okay.
Skip registration. Yes, okay, I've seen skip registration. Okay. So Windows. Okay, so you download the Windows
Charles.
64.
Yes, the Windows, yes.
Hello, sir. Good
Yes, I'm
morning.
using Windows.
Charles, go ahead.
Please, yes, sir. Please, I'm just joining. I want to find out the app. Should I download it on my phone or on the laptop?
On your laptop, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, who is talking?
I'm Mustafa. I'm also just
Yeah,
joining.
good morning.
Yes, I'm using a Mac, so I'm where I've choose download. I skipped the registration, but so with the Mac, where do I?
Yeah, so check here. There's Windows, there's Mac, and then there's Linux. So you should to select the one for Mac.
Yeah, I've selected Mac, but I'm not seeing anything for me to download.
Hello.
Hello.
You
Yeah,
don't see this?
so I am using a
When you
Mac,
select
but
Mac,
I didn't select Mac.
I've selected Mac,
And
but
it's still installed.
Yes, I'm done installing. I didn't select. I just went ahead straight forward to install.
Okay.
What's this?
right.
So the one just when you finish installing, you are done installing the
Yes,
software.
yes.
Okay, cool. Anybody else finish installing?
I just finished downloading, so I'm installing.
People
Okay.
have fast internet too.
Hmm.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Yep.
So, once installing, there's a point where you'll be asked whether to create shortcuts, add installation to my file, then register, or I should choose the one that has already been ticked. Do you
Sorry,
please get me?
your line went off a little. Come again. You got to a point where
So, yeah, they have tagged a box, create shortcut, supported package only, then other one which was not take add installation, register Anaconda, clear the package. So should I install the one that has already been ticked? Do you
yes,
please
those
get
who
me?
installed, what did you choose?
Teresa,
Hello?
Yes, sir.
So, okay. Air conditioner. Yeah.
After installing, if you open, you go to the start menu, go to all programs, Anaconda, select Anaconda, you'd see some number of items under that folder. One is Anaconda Navigator, and that is what I've opened. So the Anaconda Navigator is what I have opened.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Please, I just launched up to a page where they're asking me to sign up. It's either sign up or sign up with email or already have an account. If I should sign up, am I using the student email or any personal email?
Whichever. I used my personal Gmail, so you can use whichever one you want. Which one you think you would always have access to. So I'm sure your personal Gmail you would always have access.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please, I downloaded it on my tab. I use an Apple tab, but unfortunately, it's not installing. So I think I'll wait for the Google Colab.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one will not work on Mac. I mean on tablets.
Yes.
You don't have a laptop.
It's a tablet laptop that I use.
Is it Windows?
No, it's Apple.
What's the operating system?
It's iPad. Is it 10th gen?
iPad. And you downloaded them. But when you
Yes,
didn't
I was
download the
able to
Mac
download
one,
Yes, I was able to download the Mac one on it. But
the one for
when
Mac.
I tried to install, I'm not seeing the setup. Even though I've saved the downloaded setup on the folder on the
Mhm.
but when I open, it doesn't give me the setup on Kasa to click for it to download.
Okay. So in a few minutes, we'll also look at the Google Colab. Hopefully, you
Okay,
have a
sir.
Google. I hope you have a Google account.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. Is anyone here who doesn't have a Google account? No, I think that's the basic account people use. I'll be surprised if there's anyone here who uses Yahoo. Anybody using Yahoo here? Okay, how far? Everybody okay now?
Still
Okay, some
installing.
still working on
Low
the setup.
internet
The,
No
connection.
the
internet.
installing is the problem. It keeps
Still
Okay,
installing. Still installing.
all right.
it
So
keeps
because that is
opening.
one, then let's okay, how do I okay. Anyway. But for those who have finished installing, when you open, this is you open the Anaconda Navigator, this is what you'd see. But we don't actually need to open this one. I just want you to see what you have actually installed. One second, and then we'll just look at the other thing. So although there are several IDs, that is integrated development environment here, the one we are going to be using is Jupyter, the Jupyter notebook. Otherwise, most of these ones, I think this is a new addition in terms of the AI and navigator. You can see the PyCharm, which is also for Python programming, and all these other ones. And those who are familiar with R Studio or R, you can also get the R Studio here. There's Orange. I think there's. I'm sure whether it is still there. Forgotten the name, but yeah, Spider. All of these are integrated development environment that you can use to run the Python. Okay. All right. So every time, since I said you don't always have to open this, you realize that what you do is that when you go to the start button or I don't know, the Windows button, you click on it, you go to your programs and then get to Anaconda. Among the list, you see Jupyter Notebook. Okay, you see Jupyter Notebook. So all you do is to click on the Jupyter Notebook. Probably let me change my screen so that I show you what I'm saying. Let me show the other screen. But okay. So can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So in terms of this, so you come to the Windows, I have to come to all and then, oh, sorry. And then under Anaconda here, you click on the arrow, the down arrow, it expands it. Then we have all of these. Anytime you launch any of these or you install, it adds up here. And the only ones I have installed is the Jupyter Notebook and then Spider. But what you need is the Jupyter Notebook. Okay, when you click on it, it then opens this. My screen looks dark, but hopefully you can see. If it starts writing, you see what it's doing. I think somebody has written something. I'm Russian. Okay, sorry about that. Anthony, where are you now? Where have you got into?
Still on the installation, just few seconds to
Installation or
the network. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Maybe we just use this first session. We're supposed to have a break at 10, I think. So we just use this first session to do the installation and get everything set up. So let me take my time.
Okay. Okay.
So you can see what is happening. So when it's finished, it opens up the Jupyter Notebook in the web browser. So it means that here also you need a web browser installed. And I'm sure we all have a web browser, depending on the one which is your default. My default is Edge. So it opens in Edge. So this is what you'd see. If your default is Google Chrome, it will open in Google Chrome. Okay, so let me update available. Let me do some updates. So let me know if you are done. Currently, how many of you are done? Let me see by hand so that I can have an idea of where we are getting to. There are 30 of you here right now. So let me see by hand those who are done and keep it up. No one is done. No one has finished it. I thought Sample said they had finished some time ago. What was that? Was it Inusa?
No.
Okay, Moses is done. Is it only Moses that is done? Anybody else?
Hello, sir.
I hope you're all doing it though.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Abraham.
Please, is it okay when you see a pop-up saying this one couldn't go through, either to ignore, to rerun, or to...
Is this which one didn't go through?
And they're saying that post installed script failed, and some, I think that there are two that failed, but I can still ignore and continue. And the setup was completely successful.
Okay, try that and let's see. Try the ignore and continue. Let's see.
So please, I'm here again. Hello.
Okay.
So once it is done, you come to the search button and you type Anaconda,
Yeah, you can also do that.
or you
You can
go
also
to
search.
the...
Yeah, I think you can also search. So if you search, it should come up.
Okay. Then you open. Ah, okay. Oh, so it looked like I have to reinstall again when I search, but I've
What did
already
it say?
installed it.
No, if you do that, it will tell you don't click on that. So okay, go to the start button and look for it among your programs, the installed programs.
So,
Did you get what I mean?
yes, I do. So,
Any luck? Anybody?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, Jennifer.
Yeah, I've done the verification of the email, but it seems I'm stuck. I don't know whether it's a network challenge or there is something I need to do again.
You've not been able to download and install.
Yes.
You can skip
Though I
the
verified my
Yeah, you can skip the how do you call it? The login or sign in and then download the software.
okay, okay, okay.
Uh,
Yes, Mustafa.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I had this installation field, but I continued. And now what I'm getting when I open the application is you can't open the application Anaconda Navigator because it is not responding. I don't know.
Is it probably because we didn't install? Okay, maybe what we'll probably have to do is that we'll have to skip this one and then use the Google Colab, because that one I'm not sure we should have a problem like this. We are not going to do any installation. Only that I
As
wanted
soon as
us
the
to
which
have
one,
it.
sir?
Come again.
I didn't get you, sir.
I say I
She's
may be because of the issues we are all having. We'll probably skip this one and use the Google Colab. Then maybe hopefully within the week, you guys can
work on
look
the
into that,
installation.
work on the installation.
Yeah,
So
I
maybe
think that
we'll
will
probably
be
have to
fine.
do that. Somebody raised their hand earlier. Did somebody raise their hand, or you're okay now?
I'm done with my installation. I'm now on the landing page as I see on the Zoom.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Yeah, Eric. Eric, go ahead. Your mic is muted.
Yes, I'm done. I've been able to download the Anaconda. So
And you have installed.
yes, it's installed now. So it has opened the Jupyter Lab on my Edge web
Okay.
browser. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Antonio, still on installation. All right. So as I said, because of time, let's look at the other one. Maybe by the time we finish, your downloading may have finished and some installation may have finished. So let's skip this one for now. Okay, let's skip the Anaconda for now, or let it be installing in the background whilst we look at this other thing. Are we good? Is anyone here with me? Am I muted or?
Yeah, sir. So
We can hear you.
We are
Okay.
here. We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Somebody wanted to ask a question.
yeah, sir. So I think now I have Anaconda and I have a PC Python PyCharm installed, I think Jupyter installed, and I have this, and then I have sign in for AI coding help. I don't know. And then we have
Yeah,
connect.
so that one, whatever is there is for you to play with. Okay, although
Okay.
we'll just be looking at Jupyter. All the
Okay.
other things there, you are not limited to what we are going to be teaching in this class.
Okay.
So you can explore all these other things. And again, because of the new AI, nobody can prevent anybody from using AI now. Later, you can also look at what you can do with that. Okay, so yeah. Even the Google Colab we are going to be going to right now. It's also integrated with the AI, with Gemini. So you would see what we are going to be doing. Okay. So that being said, let's all open our browser, whichever one you want to use, whether Chrome or Edge, whichever one you use. Just checking here. Is it opened?
Yes.
All right. So you can type Colab Google or Google Colab, whichever one. Any of them should work. So Google Colab, I was thinking you should have it somewhere here. Okay. So you should have something like this. So let's all click on Welcome to Google Colab. Welcome to Colab or Colab Google. Because I have signed in already. And if you have a Gmail, maybe you will have to sign in. Let's see what it says. Okay. So if it opens up, you should be seeing something like this. Can we confirm? Please, I hope we've all,
Yes,
let's
sir.
all pay attention to
Yes,
this now.
sir.
Sorry, was it Esther? Esther, will you say something?
Yes, I said I'm on the same page with you.
Okay, all right, thank you. If anybody is
Okay.
still looking at Anaconda, just put it aside. It can be, let's be doing its installation at the background, and let's concentrate on this one now. All right, thank you. Okay, so because I have done several things there before, you realize that I have quite a number of things open here. These are all notebooks, and for Python, a notebook is i.ipyny. Sorry, NB. So NB for notebook, PY for Python, and then the I for I. Sorry, probably have to check what the I is, but that's what we have. If I click on any of them, it would open what we have. So we can click here to create a new notebook. You have examples. If you click on examples, you see what Python, Google itself has given for you to do some examples on, okay, to play around with. You can also click on Google Drive if there are some notebooks that you've installed in your Google Drive, then you can have access to it straight from here. If you have a GitHub account, you can do that, but I haven't authorized yet. So let me not do that one now. So I just cancel it. So those who have a GitHub account, you can link it up, and then everything you do, you can be uploading it in GitHub. Okay, it's also a very good place where you store your information, where you store all the projects that you do, the analytical projects that you do, and then you can upload. Okay, but let's close this one for now and just look at what is at the background. So I'm going to close this one, and then we look at what is at the background. So generally, this is what is at the background. Welcome to Colab, and you have all these, the menu bar, the file, where you can create a new notebook. And normally, when you create a notebook, there's going to be a folder in your Google Drive. Okay, so most of the things that you're going to be doing will be stored in your Google Drive because we are doing it on the cloud. Google Drive is the cloud for Google, so that is where it's going to be stored in. Open, upload, as we saw earlier, save. You can save it in GitHub or save a copy in GitHub, guest or GitHub, and all this other one. Edit, view, insert, runtime, tools, help, and so on. Okay, so the runtime, if we have something, we could come here and look at running, whether before or focus or whichever selected. So table of contents, welcome to Go Hub, just explaining some of the things. If you want more, you can click on it. It's data science. You click and then it shows you some of the things that can be done here. So I think there's even going beyond that. So welcome to Google Lab. Google Labs available in VS Code. So VS Code is also another way of, but we are not going to use that one. We're just going to stay within Google Colab. Anyone who wants to verge into VS Code, and that's this symbol, this blue, is it blue? Blue with the crossed, whatever, ribbon, that's the VS Code. You can play around that one also. There are so many things that you can do, so we can only do the few things that can be done here. So try new Google extension but okay, let's leave that one. And then I think there's something, so I was saying earlier, open kernel selector by creating or opening an .ipynb. So that's the notebook for Python. So anytime you see this, just note that it is for Python. Just as you when you see DOX, so DOC or DOCX or XLS, you know that is either for Word document or Word or Excel. XLS for Excel. So when you see dot IPYNB, then you know it's for Python. If you have money, you can buy and get the pro version for Gemini, and you can get so many things. Gemini is I'm sure some of you already know, is the AI for Google. So you're able to do so much, a lot when you're able to buy. Currently, we're going to be using the free version. So there's some limit to, especially the AI help that you get. Okay, there's going to be a limitation. You can access popular AI models via Google Colab AI without any API. Okay, so if you want to get that one, there's something like this. You want to generate this, we click on this. So this is a typical code, Python code. And if you want to execute it, you click on this button and it runs everything within this cell. Okay. So I think I probably have to skip some of some of these. Later, you can all go back and then look at all of these. So what is Colab? Colab or Collaboratory allows you to write and execute Python in your browser with zero configuration required. So you see that the Anaconda, we had to do some configuration, we had to install. But here, there's no installation involved. Okay, you don't have to do any installation. So whether access to GPUs free of charge, easy sharing, and whether you are a student, data scientist, or an AI researcher, Google Colab is a good place to be. So yeah. So in terms of the cell, maybe probably let's use this one to explain some few things. You can use Google Colab. You can use Python as a calculator. Okay, but here we have what we call a variable. So variable, this is the variable because it's a container. It's a container, and what does it contain? It contains the product of these numbers, 24, 60 times 60. So I'm going to do something here. I'm going to block this. So to block this, I use a hash to block the second line. So if I should execute this one by clicking this, it's taking time. But if you have strong internet also, it shouldn't take much time. If it finished running, you see that it gives you a number here. So 1. So this is the first code we've run. So it gives me 1. And I think normally it even gives the number of seconds it used. So here it's saying you use 0 seconds, but I wonder if it actually used 0 seconds. But you can see that it has installed this. Okay, it has done this, but we are not seeing anything. But to let this appear, so we see what is there.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Alasan.
Yes. Oh,
Alasan.
yes, Doc. Sorry, it was a mistake. Sorry.
Okay. So if you want to see the result or what this container or this variable contains, then I have to take this one off. I'm going to rerun it. In fact, let me add another line. So let me block this one, add another line. So I click on the plus here, code here. Okay, this code plus code here, and it adds this new cell. So I'm going to rewrite this. So let me copy this and paste. And seconds in a day is no more just a text, but it contains the product of this. So if I want to see this, I just type this and then execute, and it gives me this. So it means that seconds in a day contains this. So 86,400. Okay. But if it is together, I just wanted to see the difference. If it's together, if you execute, it will run this and then spell out that. So it has run two lines of command. The first one, executing the product of this, storing it in the variable, and then you're saying that bring out this variable, and then it spells out whatever is in the variable, whatever is contained in the variable. And if you want to delete, you just click on the delete here, and then it's gone. Okay. All right. So we've seen you can also use Control plus Enter, or if you're using Mac, Command plus Enter to execute a line. You don't always have to click on this button. Okay, so here also the seconds in a week, 7 times seconds in a day. So here, what is happening is that we are using a variable here. So this variable seconds in a day is now being used here, multiplying it by 7 and storing it in this new variable called seconds in a week. I think I was saying that we can use this as a calculator, and I probably didn't show that one. Let me just do that. So we could have just done 24. There's the 24 times 60 times 60. Where am I? So let me paste it here. 24 times 60 by 60. I click and then it gives me the results. 86,400. But if I want to use it again, if I'm going to be using this, then it's better what? You store it in a variable. Okay, you store it in a variable, and then you can always use it just as it's being used here. So all the arithmetic, plus, division, multiplication, and all the other things can be done within the Google Column or the Python environment, whether this one or even Jupyter. When we probably get to Jupyter later, I would also see that. Okay, let me jump some of these things. Data science. There are a lot of libraries. We may use something like NumPy, Matplotlib. If you want to visualize, we would probably use some of them. Do I need this now? Okay, so okay, probably I should be jumping to what's the time now? 9:25. Okay, let me go through this one. Now, apart from this math things that we did, I mean, this normal math, I showed you one where you could do the multiplication and it will spell out. There are libraries within Python that allows you to perform several functions. Okay, that allows you to perform some functions. So if I want to do some mathematical stuff using some which is more complicated than the one that I've just shown, you have to import the library. And how do you import the library? You know the name of the library, so you just type import NumPy. So if I do import NumPy, it imports that. I think it was even showing, so this is NumPy, and it gives you that an array object of arbitrary homogeneous items, fast mathematical operations over arrays, linear algebra, Fourier transform, random number generation. So that is what NumPy does, but it does more than that. I want to scroll down on it, but there should be a way to get that. But anyway, but you can see something here as NP. This is an alias. Sometimes the names normally use that. So if anytime I want to use a package within this library, this NumPy library, I have to refer to it first, like it's breaking. I mean, it's giving me an indication of a bad network here. Can I be heard? Hello?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, Doc,
All
we
right.
can hear you.
So, all right.
Oh, can hear
So,
you.
thank you. So, I was saying that anytime you want to use the packages or anything within NumPy, you would have to refer to it first. So, it means that if I want to do anything within NumPy, I have to state NumPy and then continue. But to reduce how much I write, we use what an alias. So here the alias is NP. So import NumPy as NP. So it will import NumPy, but it will refer to it as NP. So now you can see on this line here, ys equals 200 plus NP. So this NP is this NumPy. So instead of writing the full NumPy, it is using NP. So np.random.rand n100. So generating 100 numbers and then adding that numbers it generates, it adds 200 to it. Same way, import ipython.display and then say as display. Otherwise, you will have to write every time you want to use anything in this package or library, you have to refer to this whole thing. Okay. This is also so from matplotlib. So this is a bigger package, but we want a particular one, which is the pyplot. Because we want only pyplot, he's saying that from matplotlib, import pyplot as PLT. So we know this one, import pyplot as PLT. But because we don't want all the packages within it, we are also saying that it's only saying that from the bigger package, just import this one, only this library as PLT. Okay, and all these other ones. So we'll be looking at the ones which is applicable to what we are doing here. So this has already been generated, but what we can do is we can clear cell output. I'm going to clear the cell output. Is it clearing? Did I clear or copy it? No, I could have copied. So I'm going to clear. So I've cleared the output so that we will execute and then we will see what it gives. So yep, finished, and then it has generated the graph. The graph that I deleted, it has generated it. So this is what we'll be looking how to later in the course of our meetings, we'll be doing some plotting. So let's not worry about that one for now, but these are there for you to practice. Okay, so let's leave that. I'm sure some of you, most of you, or if not all of you, have heard about machine learning. Machine learning is the bigger one where we also have the artificial intelligence. Okay, the AI is also some part of the machine learning. So let's believe that we may apply some of those things later. But anyway, okay. So these are some examples you can always try later. Train a mini GPT language and
Hello,
some
sir.
other things. Yes, Esther.
So you see, your landing page has all these things, but when I open mine, I can't see this. So I'm kind of confused right now. Or maybe yours, because you are the lecturer, that's why you have all those
Oh,
things.
no. You should have it. Is anybody seeing this on their screen, or I'm the only one seeing this? Can somebody say they are seeing this
I'm seeing
Yes,
it.
yes, I'm seeing it.
on your
Hey,
own
but
machine?
why?
Yes,
It's
on
down
my
there.
Me, I can't see my own.
All right. So patient. So you click on uh table of. Are you on? Okay. Now I'm not even. When you opened it, this is one of the things they show. It opened the window first. A window on this. We closed it and we are all here. So, but can you see this one? Do you have this table of contents?
Yes, yes, I have.
So click on it.
When I click on the table of contents, it just gives me a blank space with a plus sign and the said session.
Okay, these three lines. Do you see these three lines?
Yes,
The dots with the three lines. You've clicked on it,
yes,
and it's giving you something else.
yes. It just says plus sign and a session.
Like the session down there. That's the
The
only thing I
session down
see.
here. Ah,
Yeah.
and say class sign. Okay, you don't worry. I'm sure you should still we'll work on it. But anything
Well, I
else you
should
want to
close
be
it
doing?
and open it again.
Yes, that is also fine. Maybe it would work
Mm,
next time, so you can try it.
okay.
Okay, so I think that is what we have here for now. But what we are going to be doing next is, let me go back to the Word document. So it's a access Python working environment. So we are either using the Jupyter notebook or the Google Colab. So currently we are using the Google Colab notebook. We're going to install or import basic Python packages. We will create a simple pandas framework. So pandas is one of the packages which allows us to work on like a data frame. A data frame, just like if you want to work in Excel, where you have columns and rows. Okay, columns and rows. Columns having the variables, and then the rows having the element of observation, whether it is, or the unit of analysis, whether it is countries or households or individuals, or if you have your studies on teachers or students or terms, whichever. We'll take a look at that one soon. Then we'd save, reload a CSV file. So we save it as a CSV file that's comma separated values, which normally looks like an Excel file. Okay, but it's just uses the Excel environment. That is, instead of being separated in cells or boxes, it uses commas to separate them. So reload, organize files using a simple project folder structure, and then understand basic Python error messages. So currently we've opened Google Lab. It says go to Google Drive, click on new, select more, choose Google Collaboratory. Okay, so let's do this one. Maybe we should. Okay, maybe let's do it. Let's all do it that way. So let me see how you're able to proceed on this. So it says that you should go to Google Drive. Let's, because I've already done it. It looks like I'm maybe. Let me bring this one and do it here first. I'll probably do it. So you can see here that in my Google Drive, I already have Google Notebooks. I already have Google Notebooks here. So everything I do normally will go here. So maybe let's do this because it's already going to be inside there. In your, oh, I shifted. Let me bring this one back. So let's use this one instead. So file, new notebook drive. Please, are you following? I hope I've not confused anybody.
No, please.
Okay, so file, new notebook drive. So it's going to open. When you finish, when you go to your Google Drive, you realize it has opened a Google Colab folder. What's happening? Okay. So I should have been patient a little. Okay, so it opens this, and then here we can give it a name. So the name we want to give it, let me see what I'm recommending we use. Just week 0 _ first notebook. So let's use this name, week 0 _ first _ notebook, because I already have this. I can copy. When I finish, I'll share this material and other ones to you. So here, where untitled is, you see when I put the cursor there, you can see that it's now showing a box. So when I click inside, I can delete what is there and then write it in or paste it. So when I click on it, that becomes the new name of this notebook. Are we good?
Sir, I have a personal problem.
Yes, sir.
Speak to me.
So it says notebook loading error. There was an error loading this notebook. But what he's saying is that ensure that the file is accessible and try again. Could not create a new notebook as you have exceeded your drive storage quota.
That is, I was going to say it earlier, but I thought none of you would have an issue of that. So it means
No.
that your Google Drive is full.
Yeah.
You would have to go and delete some pictures and videos that you have there.
Yeah.
Yes. And sorry, alternatively, you can just create a new Gmail and you have access to about 15 gig of free storage, and you just use that for your learning purposes.
But
Okay.
you have a university email.
Yes.
Do you know whether it is is it
It's
Microsoft?
Microsoft. It's
It's
Microsoft.
Microsoft. Okay. So we can't do that one. UCC, ours is Gmail, so we also have an account you could have just swapped. Okay, so I don't know
Okay.
what. But
I'll
were you
work
able
on
to
that later.
install the other one? You were install the Jupyter, the Anaconda?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Yeah, so okay, now that I'm using this one, I thought this one was going to be easy for us to go through. But is anybody also facing the same
Oh, sir, you can go on. I'll work on that later.
issue? Too many data points, Okay, so hopefully we've all gotten to this point.
Yes, Doc, we are here.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. All right, so we have about 90 minutes to go on break. So let's see how far we can go before the break. So the first thing we want to do, okay, is let's write our first command. So let's type print, then you open bracket. And you realize that when you immediately open the bracket, it closes it. Okay, so as a round bracket or a parenthesis. And then we are going to write, yes. Did someone call? Okay. So inside the bracket, we are going to write in a text. So because you're going to write a text, we'll have to also put it in a quote. So you're going to open a double quote. So shift and then quote. And when you bring the first quote, it closes it. So inside, you're going to type hello informatics. You can write anything. You're not forced to write what I'm writing. But hello informatics for economics. anything you type here, as long as you're writing the print well, I mean, here the command itself is the print. So what this one is doing is that we're asking it to print out whatever we've written in the bracket. And this, because the text, you also have to write it in quote. So we open and close the quote, double quote. When you're done, you just click on the button and then it should print it out. Some of you should have had yours printed out already. I don't know why my system is being slow. Maybe it's telling me to change buy a new machine. Okay, so you can see hello informatics for economics. If you wrote hello and you wrote your name, you would have printed that same thing for you.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, excellent. All right. So because we are not using Python, I'm going to jump. We're supposed to do something in Python. We're going to jump that one for
Hello, Doc.
now. Okay. Yes, sir.
Please, when you type hello, you brought comma. Why?
No. So, when hello, it's normally hello informatics for economics.
Okay.
That's how we're supposed to say it, not hello informatics
Okay.
for economics.
Okay.
But you can take the comma out. Whatever you've written here is what would come.
Okay.
Okay. So I can do all these things and then just still do this. It will still print the same thing. I hope you can see what is printed now.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what print does. So whatever you ask it to print out, it will print out that for you. And because I've run this 3 times in the square thing here, it says 3. So that should tell you the number of times I've printed this. Or even as you go along, it will number them. Okay. So there's something that would be, I think I'd still have to okay, we should have done that, maybe that one first. Just to keep things in order, we're going to be creating some folders. I should public check and okay. We're going to creating some folders. The main folder, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 main folders, which is the the data, notebooks, scripts, outputs. So anytime we generate a data, the data will go into this. But in the data, you're going to have the raw data and then the processed data. So sometimes when you are working, not sometimes, anytime you're working on a data, what you want to do is that you always want to have the original data. And then if you do any additions to the data, you save it with a different name. So you always have the original and then what we call here the processed or the cleaned data. Okay, so that one will go into this, and then the original data will go into the raw data, and then the processed or the clean data will go into the process. Then our notebooks will come here. We will have create scripts, outputs. So in output, we'll be generating tables and figures and so on. Maybe I know this would haunt me later, but I'm going to skip let's skip that one for now and do these other things. Okay. All right. So what you're going to do next is to import these 2 files, which is import pandas and numpy. And we're going to create a small data set, inspect the data set, save that data set in a CSV format. We'll reload it to make sure it works, and then we'll answer some short questions on that for submitting. I'm not sure we'll do that. I think, okay. Just to get conversant with it, I'll type and you follow so that you don't have to, yeah, when you get this one, you do cut and paste, and you don't want that one for now. So here, let's click on the plus code. So we get a new cell. And then because we are also in this environment, when we start typing, we realize that to be giving us suggestions. Okay, to be giving us suggestions. So you start typing import. Let's all type import pandas, and you can see that it's already giving some suggestions. Here, we want to import pandas, but we don't want to use the full name. We want its alias, and its alias is what? As PD. So it means I have to go down using the arrow key to go down. It is selected now, so I hit the enter key, or I can just use the mouse to select it, and then it auto completes it. Okay, so we should all have this import pandas as PD. Next one, import numpy. We can see import numpy as NP. Is it working the same as I'm saying here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So maybe let's import this one. So let's separate them. So if you have these two, just click on this and it's going to import. So it has imported. So it's now in the background and we can use anything within it. The next thing we're going to do is to generate a data set. Okay, we're going to generate a data set. So let's type data. Let's open a new folder. You won't always generate. Normally, you may have downloaded a data from online, or even download from online or somewhere. But this one we are using it. We are using it to learn. So you go with me. So data equals. Is someone calling?
Yes, someone's calling.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah. After we doing the import, the panda and the numpy, you click on the plus sign on the import. What is it? What's the meaning of that when you click it?
Sorry, come again.
So the two of them, after we've done the two, you click on the plus sign nearing the import. What is
Yes.
the yes? What's the
So the
meaning?
place sign, it runs all the commands within this cell.
Okay.
So it's going to import these two things that you've asked it to import. So in the same way, we clicked on this one and it printed this command. So it executed this command, which is the print this. So it printed this for us. That's why we have hello, informatics for economics. Okay, so that's how you run a command.
That's fine. All right.
Okay.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, sir.
Please, the data, is there space before the equal to sign or?
Okay, yeah. I brought equal. You can choose not to bring equal, but for me, I like when I bring the space, it allows me to differentiate between things. So yes, just for how do you call it? Aesthetics, to make it nicer, to look better. Okay, so after the equal sign, I type, a curly bracket. Okay, so we need a curly bracket. And then I hit the enter key. Okay, I hit the enter key. So data equal curly bracket, enter, and then it separates it. So now it's gone down. See, it's giving me some suggestions. If I was going to use it, I would have just hit on the tab key. So with this one, if this is what you need, you hit on the tab key. Can you see that it has written here in quote, colon?
Yes.
Okay. So if you needed it, you have just hit on the tab key and then it comes up. In natural sense, one of the variables you're going to be using is year. Okay. But okay, so let's keep this one. If you've hit on the tab key, that's fine. But what we need is 2021, 2022, comma, 2023, comma, up to
Sir, please,
2020.
can you go back with the data, starting from the curly bracket?
Okay. So data and then curly bracket. Data equal curly bracket. Then I hit the enter key, which now separates it. Do you have it?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, who is calling? Yes.
Yeah, Joseph. I think when I type the data equal curly bracket and hit enter, mine is not working.
Did somebody's own work?
Yes, I think the reason
Yes,
why I
sir.
use
Yes. I think mine too is not working.
the reason why I asked the question was because when I press enter between the curly brackets and one of the curly bracket goes down, there is no option showing.
In between. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
the suggestion doesn't come on at my end too, but you can just type.
Yeah.
Maybe
So we
the
will
net.
type it our own. So don't worry. So let's do the typing. So let's all get up to this point. But the one who says that when you hit the enter, it doesn't separate. I don't know why it's not working. Two people said it's not working, or is it working now?
It's working, but you see, when you press enter and it separates, the options that comes on yours does not show on mine.
You mean the
Okay.
suggestion?
The
Yeah, the
suggestions, yeah. So
suggestion.
yeah.
Sorry.
So don't worry. Now it is gone. So you can see that it's not even showing on mine
Okay,
also.
okay,
Right. So
okay.
we are going to type it ourselves. So the suggestion
Sure,
is just
sure.
saying that okay, maybe you need I'm giving you a suggestion. You can use this one. It has an AI built in it, and then it also has that intelligence to give you that. So that is why it's doing that. Okay, so let's start. We can use one quote or double. Sometimes to come to the point where we would need the double, sometimes use the one. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. So let's type it. Let's use the double quote for now, double, and then type country. So the double quote, then inside you type country, then you come out of it, and then column. So if you have column, you can then a square bracket, not a curly bracket, a square bracket. Then the countries you're going to type, all of that will be in square bracket. So we have Ghana, and you come out of it, comma, I give a space. All the countries, it is Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria. Repeat them 2 times. Let's repeat them twice. So Ghana twice, and every time, comma, then quote, then you write it inside. Then Kenya, I bring the quote, comma, then another Kenya, then comma, then open, sorry, not open, a quote, yeah, open a double quote, Nigeria. Is the data format. You don't have to, your data may not need you repeating it twice. Okay, this is the data we are generating now. And that is why we are repeating it twice. Okay, to be twice. Okay, so I have everything done. So if you are done, to move to the next variable, so we are creating for this first variable, which is country. To move to the next one, outside of the square bracket, you bring a comma, and then we continue. But to also make it look much presentable or be able to identify issues, I hit on the enter key, and then it follows here. So this is giving me here. It is giving me some suggestions. I don't know whether yours is also giving you suggestion. But it is year that I need. But you now, let me type it myself. So year, column, the quotes, then I bring, okay, so again, now because we are going to be dealing with numbers, okay, we don't need to write it in quote. So I don't have to bring a quote. So for the years, we don't need a quote unless it's what a string. So when they are in alphabet, they are called string. So here we want, it's 2021 and 2022. So we're going to repeat it. So 2021. So Ghana in 2021, then 2022, Kenya in 2021, Kenya 2022, Nigeria 2021, Nigeria 2022. So it's more like it's matching. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are we good? Are we done with that one?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Kindly slow down small. Say, when
Yes.
when you were done with the Nigeria, then you put the comma there. Did you press enter before you write the
Yeah. Yes. Enter to
Nigeria?
go to the next line. Okay. You hit on enter to go to the next line. I could have copied you saw that I had a command. I could have copied it for you, but I want us to start with the typing and get to at least appreciate it before you start just copying and pasting. Otherwise, you would always want a copy and paste rather than learning how to generate. Okay, are we good?
Yes, Doc.
All right, so we want to go to the next line. And before I go to the next line, outside, after the closed square bracket, I bring a comma and then enter. So this one so the names will always be in a quote. So this one, GDP, let's write GDP underscore growth. So GDP growth. Come out of it and then colon. And this is also numbers. So when I open the square bracket, I only type the numbers inside, separated by a comma. So this time I have a float number, or a float. Okay. No, sorry. This is an integer. No. What am I even saying? What's an integer? Let's go back. Let's use that one too. Integers are what? Negative and positive whole numbers.
Yes.
So this 2021, 2022 are more of positive whole numbers. So this is an integer. But what you're going to do is a float. Float is normally have decimals. So that's what you're going to be doing. So 5.1 is the first one. And then a comma, I give a space. 3.8, a comma, space. 7.6, comma, space. 4.8, comma, space. 3.6, comma, space, and then 3.3. So let's get this one. So all this we are doing, it could have been the same thing. Just the same thing we type in if we're using the Jupyter notebook. Okay. It would have been the same thing if we were typing in Jupyter notebook. Okay. Are we done with the numbers? Are we finished typing?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, Doc.
Meaning,
Yes, Doc. All right.
Okay. Those who are far behind, kindly catch up with us. So we have two more variables. So how do I go to the next one? What do I do before I go to the next one?
Comma
After the bracket and enter.
enter.
Excellent. So comma, enter. So the next one is inflation. Inflation. So a quote, and then we bring in inflation. And again, you can see that I'm using small letters. It doesn't matter. You can use capital letters, or you can start with initial capital, like initial I, initial GDP. Even GDP, could have written it all in caps. Initial Y, initial C for country. Okay. However you use it, when you're continuing, you make sure that if you're referring to country, you always use a small c. You don't write small c here and go and type capital C elsewhere. Bismarck, somebody singing at your background.
Okay. Doc, please, can you go over what you just said?
What did I even say? I was saying that
Mhm.
Python is case sensitive. Case sensitive implying that capital C is not the same as small c. Okay, so if I write something and I wrote here country, but I'm going to use it somewhere else, and I go and write capital COUNTRY, it won't recognize it because it's what? Two different, it sees are two different things. So I'm saying that it doesn't matter if you are also doing it as I'm doing it. You can also do it capital C, capital Y, capital G, capital I. But anytime you are referring to it, make sure that you are using it as you have written it earlier.
Okay, please.
Okay. So let's complete this. So column, square bracket, our numbers 10.0, comma, 31.5, comma, 6.1, comma, 7.7, comma, 17.0, a comma, and then 18.8. Is it up to 6? Yes. So 10.0, 31.5, 6.1, 7.7, 17.0, and 18.1. So let me just complete it so you can just finish it up where you are. So unemployment. Oops. So unemployment 4.5, 4.7, 5.7, 5.5, 5.9, and then 5.8. If you know there's noise in your background, kindly mute so that it doesn't distract the class. Are we good? Okay, let me give some time. Sorry. Let me give some time to finish writing. Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, a minute.
So this is where our typing skills also comes to play. Hopefully, we are not looking for A, where A is, where D is, and where C is on the keyboard. We are just typing, we are flowing. Those who are done, just click on, I want us to see something else. So just click on the data. I mean, sorry, not the data. Click on the play button, and this is
Hello,
executed.
sir.
Yes, Esther.
So at the end of the unemployment, when we wrote the figures behind the square shape, do you have to put a comma there? We should leave it like that.
Yeah, because that's the last one, you don't need a comma.
Okay,
So
sure.
you do it without a comma.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Okay. So you can see that now it is running everything within the square bracket is what is here, which is being run. So let's execute it and then create a new cell. And this is what I want us to do. Let's see what we've typed, at least appreciate it. So let's type data and then we print. So if you print, it will print out the things that you typed earlier. Did it work?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. But in this format, we
Sir,
can't
please
do
go
much.
back again for us.
Open a new cell.
Uh-huh.
Okay, open a new cell and just type data. So this is a variable.
Okay.
Okay, and we stored all of these in this variable.
Okay.
So we are saying that now just type data and then execute it. And it will just show
Okay.
everything within all the things that you've typed, just print it out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. Now, I was saying that with this one, we can't do much with it because it's not a data frame. It is, although you see this way, we can't work on it as though it is in like in an Excel format or a table format. So to now bring it into a table format, we would have to now apply the pandas, change it into a pandas form or a data frame. So now let's click on the plus button again. And then what you're going to do is type df, which is more of also a variable or a data frame variable. So df, and you can even see, I don't know, maybe whether yours shows, but it knows what I'm doing, and that is actually what I want. So I'm just going to hit the tab key and then it auto completes it. So PD, which is the pandas here, we say earlier, we said what? Now it should import pandas as PD. So it's now referring to that PD. So that's that PD here. So PD dot, this is what we want to use in the library. That's the data frame. Let me put it here, then we see what. So this, okay. Okay. So this is one of the commands in the library, if I can say that way, or the parameters in the library. So PD dot data frame with the capital D and a big F, capital F, one word, then to bracket data. Did it come up, or you had to type it? When you started, did it come up?
I had to type it.
So I
Okay. So
think you have to
It came up.
enable.
you have to enable
Yeah,
it.
Mine did.
You
I
type
think
Okay.
have
it.
to
when you,
enable AI assistant
yes,
before it.
exactly.
Mm.
I think when you are typing, there will be a pop-up menu down there beneath your screen saying that
Mm.
you have to enable AI something. So when I
Okay.
click,
Now
the the code came and I just have to tap on click on tab and it just gave me the formula.
all right. Good. So with this one also, when we execute this one, it has executed, but we can't see what it has done. But to actually see the data frame, let's enter and then write a df. So just df. So we are saying that if we only write the variable, it is going to spell out whatever is contained in it. Okay, it's going to spell out whatever is contained in it. So I'm bringing the df, and then now this time, if I execute, this is what we get. It has now generated whatever we did here is now
Hello,
in a
sir.
nice. Yes, sir.
One as a good man, he said, name error. Trace, trace back, trace back into bracket most recent call last. And then say name error, name PD. Name PD is not defined.
Okay, so check if, did you execute, have you done this? Have you executed this line?
Yeah, I've done all that.
So you do it again. You make sure a PD and it is pandas as PD, numpy as PD, and then execute.
Okay.
Now you come back and then do that again. Let me see whether what happens. Later, we'll go through some of the common errors. So what you just said is one of the common errors that.
Okay. When I execute that, it says import pandas as PD. Syntax error. Invalid syntax. That is the import pandas as PD.
So check again. So look at it and make sure that is what you're also typing.
Okay, I think instead of the import the small I have used bigger I, big I.
Okay. So has it worked?
Let me see. Yeah, I think that's work. Yeah, it's working now.
Has it worked? It shouldn't take too much time.
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So that you now have this table.
No, I have I've executed the DF. It's called the PD. I'm at that stage.
Okay, so execute that one, and let's see whether you get the same thing.
God has taught me in this season is that he doesn't do addition, he does multiplication. He said to me, one.
Hey.
Mini son.
People of God, I beg you, let's try to mute when we have noise at the background or avoid any other things. Some of you are doing some other thing, watching YouTube. Okay.
Yes, sir, I got it working now.
So do we all have this? Do you all have this table?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so you
sir.
can see the. Is anyone calling? All right, so you can see the difference. What we typed this way has now been shown in a nicer way in a table form, and this is what we can work with. Okay, this is what we can work with. Now, later on, you can play around all of these things that is showing up here. This is showing generate code using this data frame. If you click on it, whatever you want, you can do that later. You can play around that one. This is Gemini. So generate, okay, so I think it's the same thing, which is also here. New interactive sheet. Okay. If I say, let me say, maybe mean, I shouldn't be doing this, but mean of inflation for, say, Kenya. They has made this thing so easy. Now it didn't used to be there, but now they've integrated it. Let's see what it comes up with. So it has generated the code. I don't know whether you can see it has generated the code. So I said it should mean of inflation for GDP. And it goes into the data to see whether there's GDP and there's also something inflation and whether there's Kenya. It has gone inside and then generated the code for me. So now if I should click on this, it gives me mean inflation for Kenya is 6.9. So this is the fun bit which AI is also bringing in now. Okay, but anyway, let's proceed with what we are doing. Sorry if I confused it with.
Sir, please,
Yes.
where did you go together?
Yeah, I'm even surprised where I got this one from. Anyway, I click this one or generate. Do you have this one appearing?
Yes, sir.
We do.
Yes. So when you click on it, it opens up this side, the Gemini side on the right. Okay, to open up the Gemini side on the right, and then I gave it a narration, and then it gave me a code in relation to that narration. And when I executed, I'm getting this. So we can even learn a lot from this. So, in fact, sometimes I wonder why we should be teaching this one in class anyway, because when you get it, you can give command and then to generate whatever you want. But the main thing is that you still have to appreciate what it's doing so that if there's an error,
Yeah.
if there's an error, you would always be able to notice and then make sure that you solve it, or you tell AI that no, it made an error here, so you should correct it. Okay. So this is what it has done. Probably let me use this one to explain this other command because we would have even done something in relation to this. What it has done is that it has it's doing some subsetting. What it is doing is creating a new container or a new variable called Kenya underscore inflation mean, which is equal to, then it's generating a new data frame. Okay, a new data frame. It will first go, so it says DF, and then this other DF, which you already have, go inside, locate country. because it knows Kenya is in country. So locate country. Within country, look for Kenya. So it's down, says equal, double equals Kenya, which can find it in country. And then match it with its inflation. So it looks for, so it means that this is what it's going to look for. Kenya, and then its inflation. Then it says, what should it do? It should generate the mean. So dot mean, then it opens the bracket. Okay. So just this one would have printed it. So let me even let me add a command here. If I should just type,
Has taught me in this season is that he doesn't do addition, he does multiplication. He said to me,
James. James, you are distracting us all. So just this one, just this line, first line. So if I should click on this, it just gives me what the number 6.9 says it's in a float. Okay. But to bring it out in a much nicer way and show what this figure is, it says print. And then in this print, it is using, what's the name of? So I've forgotten I probably have to check again. I've forgotten the name of this thing, but this F and then open bracket, what it's going to do is to write this, and then you can see this. This part is what has been printed here. Mean inflation for Kenya column. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Then column. Then here is more or less a placeholder where we are putting in, because it's a number, Kenya inflation mean. So it's going to refer to this one, and it says it should do it in 2 decimal places, which is .2f. Okay, in 2 decimal places. If I should change it to 3, it will give me at 3 decimal places. So when I execute, that's giving me at 3 decimal places, so 6.90. So this is how, if you want to give an explanation to the figure that it prints out, this is one way of going about it. So that F column, oh, sorry, the name has escaped me. I'll definitely get it and then let you know. So mean, so F into, and then quote. So the quote would contain all the other things you're going to write in. So mean inflation for Kenya column, that's what we have up to here. Then what we have here is what has printed out this number. So let me take it to back to 2 decimal places. And when I execute, I get it at 2 decimal places. Are we good? I don't know whether, did you type something like that and you got this? Maybe
Yes.
click mean of
Yes, God.
inflation for Kenya. So you can try for any other thing. Mean of maybe unemployment for Nigeria. And then when you do it, it will execute it. To give you the command, and then you execute. So I think that is one way you can also use to learn and also practice. Okay. So maybe we go back to our data. But even before you do all of these things, there are some things we are supposed to do. Okay, you're supposed to explore your data before you go into generating some summary statistics. Okay, so if we had so many variables, so many data points, this one we only have 6 data points. Okay, let me probably show this. You can see that there are some numbers here, 0, 1, up to 5.
Yeah.
Python starts indexing from 0. So they say that Python is 0 indexed. It means that it always starts its numbering from 0. So although you can see the number 5, but it is 6 data points we have. If you see that the last number is 10, then it's actually 11 data points. If I want to refer to this with a number, I'll refer to that with its index, which is going to be 0. Okay, the first one would be 0. If I want to spell out the third column, the third column would be 2, not 3. Okay, so Python is 0 indexed. Okay. Now, what we can do if we want to look at the first five, okay, the first five columns, the first five rows of our data, what you type is df.head. Okay, df.head, and then you open bracket. So what this one will do, it will spell out the first five. Okay, and I hope you agree that this is the first five. Although you are seeing four, you agree that this is the first five. But if you want to be more specific in terms of maybe three, you can type in three here, and then when you execute, it will give you the first three. But the default without a number is the first five. The same way, if you want to look at the last numbers, the last five or whatever, that one is the tail. Okay, so that's going to be df.tail, then open and close brackets, and when you execute, it will give us the last five. If I want the last three, I put in three, and when I execute, it starts from the last. So 5, 4, 3. You can see that I'm starting from the bottom up. Also, sorry, are we following? Or am I moving too fast? Are we following?
Oh, we are following, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Are we
But
typing and it's working?
I said, please,
Yes.
please,
Yes, sir.
is it being recorded to be shared to us later?
Yeah, your center is recording. It looks like I'm also recording. How did I start recording? Anyway, it's recording. Alasan is also recording, so hopefully.
Okay. Yeah.
But in your other, I'm not sure, is this your first class in this program?
Yes, sir.
No.
No, some of
Oh,
us
so
no. We've had
okay.
other classes.
This is my first class. I think for some of us, this is our first class.
This is our first class.
Wow. Then how do you, okay, that one, I'm sure you would resolve that one. You resolve that one. Okay. So where were we? Okay, yeah. So if you want to know, assuming you have a big data set, you want to know the number of observations and the number of variables. Okay, the number of observations and number of variables. What you type is df.shape. df.shape. This time without any bracket. Okay, df.shape. So you can see that it says 6, 5. So 6 is for the number of rows, 5 for the number of columns. So you go to the data, you can see that we have what 6 rows, and then the columns 5 variables. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variables. So that's what we have here. So at least you're able to know that.
Kindly move it up some. Understand? Hello, sir.
Please, if you have, yes.
Kindly move up some.
Who is talking at the background? Oh dear. There are some noise at your background.
I'm believing it. And noise at the back of your hand. I want to watch on your hand. I don't take it like.
Oh.
Hey, child is still like everything fine.
Okay, so I've muted all.
Stanley.
Okay. Please, have we done the shape? DF shape?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's do the next one.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Abraham.
Kindly go up some more for me. Again, small.
Head.
Okay, yes. The first one when we did the df.head, we had 5.
You had what?
We had from 0 to 4. But this one, you have 0 to 2.
No, it's because I changed it. So when I click here, it will give me the full one because I made some changes. So you can see it has given me the full one.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That one, if I said that if you are being specific, I write 3, and I enter, it will give me the first three.
Oh,
But I
okay.
think when I took it off, I didn't run it. That is why it still looked that way. So if I run it now, it should give me the full 5. Are we okay?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So hopefully we've all done the DF shape, and I said that one will not give you, we don't have to add a bracket. Okay. Sometimes when you add bracket, you get an error. So you can see that this one says no. And the fun about Google Colab is that you say that explain error. So when I click on explain error, you don't need to come back to me to tell me that you've gotten an error. How do I resolve it? When I click on the error, the explain error, it will give you the reason. So you see that the error indicates that you are trying to call DF shape as a function, but it's an attribute. You should remove the parentheses to correctly access the data frame shape. So here you can see that it's even giving me the suggestion, it has given me the right one. And if I say yes, I can just click on accept or accept and run. And when I accept and run, it gives me the right command. Okay, so you can always use the explain part of it to understand it, and then it will even correct it for you. Okay, to always correct it for you. So let's use that. I think Jupyter has also brought in the AI. Okay, my normal work of normal line of work, I use other softwares, although I use Python, but I think this year I've not really used it. So the new things that was added. So maybe I'll be surprised in certain places when I see some of the issues. But again, it's good we are all doing that. All right. So let's look at the other things. So DF info. Let's do DF info, but this one will come with a bracket. So df.info, then open bracket. Let's play. And then what this does is to give you some information. It tells us the range index, 6 entries, starting index from 0 to 5. If it were had 100, it would have been from 0 to 99. If it was 1,000, it would have been from 0 to 999. Then it tells us the data columns. It says what? 5 columns. So here you can see that the information we had in the shape is what is being given here. Shape tells us 6 by 5, and that is what we are seeing here. 6 entries and then 5 columns. But the extra information we get here is this part. For each variable, it tells us the number of missingness. If there were 5 missing, it would have done 5 null. Or maybe if there were 1 missing, it would have done 5 non-null. It means that there's 1 missing. Okay, so this one is telling us the number of non-missingness, the count of non-missingness. So here, because we have 6 observations, all of them are 666. That tells us that everything is filled. But in a big data set you get from somewhere, there may be some missingness, and to tell you the number of non-missingness here and if you know the size, to give you an indication of what is missing. Then the other thing is it will tell you the type of the data, variable. So earlier I said country is what a string variable, and in Python it calls it an object. Year is an integer because there are no decimal places, a whole number. But our GDP, inflation, and then unemployment are all floats. That's decimals. Okay, so decimals are float. We'll be seeing some later of bytes and other types as they come on. I'll speak to them. Okay. Now, if we also want some summary statistics, yes. Is someone call? You type df.describe. So summary statistics. So as you can see here, generate discrete statistics. Discrete statistics include those that summarize the central tendency, dispersion, and the shape of a data set's distribution, excluding the NAN, that's the non, the ones who doesn't have numbers. Okay, so sometimes the data set you see NAN, that shows that it's missing. So if there was a data point that are missing, we would have seen it as NAN. So here, like for instance, if something was missing here, instead of just it being empty, we would have seen NAN. Other times it comes in a different way, but you can then bring it in this part. Okay, so let's execute this one and see what we get. So as you can see here, the generated sampling statistics, the count, the mean, the standard deviation, mean, and all these other data points. Okay, let me copy something from here which we can. Okay, now we're okay. All right, so you can see there's a generated there, but one variable is missing. Which of the variables are missing here? And why do you think they are missing? Or it is missing? Hello?
Country.
Country. Why is country missing? Why do you think country is missing?
I think because they are calculating the average and the mean, country won't be needed here.
Yes, so anytime you have an object or a string variable as part of the data set, it will be excluded in the summary statistics, because if I want to find the mean of these Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, what do I get? Okay, how is that obtained? So that's how come this is it's always missing out of it. Okay. Now, what you're going to do next is to save this data set that we have. What you're going to do is to save this data that we have. Currently, we've not saved it. It's just in the cloud. When we close it, we lose it. It doesn't have a copy of it. But what you're going to do is to save it. We can save it in Excel format or CSV or text format onto our local drive. And that's what we are going to do now. And I think this is where we would also need, or probably need the folder that I was trying I jumped earlier. Okay. Now, this is what we would do. Okay. Let me bring this one in first. Okay. All right. So because of how we started, in fact, I should have just allowed us to do it, because that one would have made this one easier. So, but now we'll have to now go back and then actually do it. So, going to become a little, what's happening? I'm having some issues with my folder. Please give me a second. No, dear, I'm having some issues here. Okay, let's do this whilst I try to resolve that. Now, go into your Google Drive. Let's all go into our Google Drive. Let me know if you are there.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
You said we should go to where?
Your Google Drive. Go inside your Google Drive.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. So in your Google Drive, you have a folder. Do you have a folder in your Google Drive? I mean, sorry,
Yes.
what am I saying? I mean, the
Yes.
Google Drive as an app on your machine. That's what I want to ask.
Yeah.
Okay, so that folder, so let me just show you something. Now, you see how we save this one? We had a name week0_first_notebook. So if I should check, yeah, these are notebooks that I've used before. So, but this is what we are currently working on. And that is what my last one here. week0_first_notebook. Okay. Now, inside here, I want you to create a folder. Sorry, before you look for Google, Colab notebooks first. Sorry, you have to look for Colab notebooks. Can you locate Colab notebooks among the folders in your Google Drive?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Open
it's
that
there.
one.
Hello,
And
sir.
you didn't get it. It should be
Hello,
there. Look for
Doc.
in your mind in my drive. Look for Colab notebooks.
Hello,
If you have,
hello, Doc.
yes, Esther.
So, I don't have the Google Drive on my desktop, but I have it on the web.
Okay, so go to the web.
Okay.
If you go to the web, you should still see it.
Yeah, I've seen it here.
Yeah, so you see Colab notebooks. Colab
Yeah.
notebooks. Open it, and you should. I think this is the only folder. This is the only thing you should see.
Yeah, it's here. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. We'll probably have to rerun some things here because we are going to change the location of this folder. So what we're going to do is, let me just go back and do this, or maybe we can change this one. No, we don't have, we can't change it. We still have to do it. Let me look at the instructions earlier. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. So I'm sure we all know how to create a folder. So let's create the folder. So the plus, maybe let's name it economics for informatics for economics. Let's name the folder informatics for economics, or you can choose to use the code. This is BUE. EC 8 what? Created a folder and opened it. And then in this folder, okay, in this folder, I'm going to create, so there are two folders. I mean, let's start with this first. Let's start with data folder. We'll be creating it as and when we need them. So data as a folder within it. Have we done that? So after
No.
creating the informatics for economics folder, open it and then create another folder inside there. Probably I should check. There should be a way of doing this with a command.
Dog, on the web Google Drive, when you open the Collab notebook, I'm not able to open a folder or create a folder.
Is
Yeah,
it?
same here.
Okay, let me just check that. It should be possible.
I was able
Let me
to.
verify that. Come again? Somebody was able
I've
to do
been
that?
able
Yeah,
to
I
do
was
it
able.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also able to
So,
do it.
all right, so I'm opening my Colab notebook on the web. Okay, and this is the folder I just created outside. Now you can see it showing up here. So let me open this and the data. So here I'm going to, if you want to create this plus new. Okay, those one are finding issues. This one, can you see the plus sign and then a new?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you click on it and it will ask you what type of file do you want to create. I want to create a folder. So I click on folder and then I give it a name. So here I'm going to write notebook or notebooks. So those who are there, you can create another folder called notebooks. So if I create, it should show up here. So it's possible to be able to create a folder. Now, let's go into the data folder and then create another folder called raw. I think I'm creating too many folders. Okay, no, it's important because for reproducibility, all these things are very important. So let me not skip the things that makes, although they are more painful to be doing these things, but maybe later I'll just check. I'm sure there should be a way of using a command to generate all of this. So I'll come back. So within the data, create another folder called raw. Okay, within data, create another folder in the data folder called raw. And also create, since we are in here, we create another folder called processed. So two folders, one called raw, another called processed. Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now this is what I want us to do. Hopefully it works. No, it has to work. It doesn't have a choice but to work. So just what I've created, you can see that that's also shown up in the folders, in the folder on my machine. All right. This is what we're going to do. In Google Colab, let's cut. We're going to cut this and go and paste it in. Okay, no. Should we do that? Okay, let's do that. I think I still have to do something earlier, later. Let's cut and paste. Where are you? Cut. Okay, cut. Cut, and then we are going to paste it. Look for the folder and paste it in notebooks. Okay, so it's now in the notebooks. We are putting each item in their right places. Are we good?
No, sir. You can go back.
Sorry?
No, sir. I've already created the folder, but you said something that we should cut and copy.
Yeah, I'm saying that in your Google Colab notebooks, look for the week 0. I've already deleted it, so I have already, cut it. So the whatever was showing here, you had only had one, week 1, week 0. So cut it and paste it in the notebook. Okay, cut it, open the informatics for economics, and then paste it inside notebooks here.
So, when I open set, this file is unsupported.
So
you're not
hello?
opening, you are cutting and pasting, don't? Yes.
Yeah,
You're
so
not,
I
don't
don't know if
double
you
click it.
yeah, using the web base or the app. The web base, I think I use moved. So if you move
Okay,
it, it's
move.
still
Okay, excellent. So if you're using the web, you use move, and then can move it into the folder, the right folder. But if you are using the folder, if you're using the folder app, the app folder, you have to cut and then go and paste. Okay. Are we good with that one? Sorry, we should have done this one earlier, but forgive me. Are we good? Is everything okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we've done that, let's go back to our Google Colab. We go back to our Google Colab and let me just check, verify something.
Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Please, mine is moved to trash. I'm using the web.
No, so
But
you click on organize, you see move to all the other folders that you want to move to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or you can easily use the control plus X.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh dear. The light has just gone out here. But luckily Can you see my screen? What can you see? Now I'm just tied to just one screen for now because of the light out.
The screen is gone.
It's dark. Okay, our screen sharing has stopped. Okay. Now we are now in a dangerous. Okay, let me just. No, I think this is what I need to share. All right. All right. And then you guys see now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we have to do some adjustment. Okay. I think okay, maybe I rushed in doing this. As I said, there should be a way of generating this. There should be a way of generating this. Okay. So uh, 1 second. Okay, the light is even back now. I don't know what these people are doing to us. All right, let me just use my two screens and go back. All right. Mm. Sorry, just a second. Actually, this is. I want to check my current working directory. Still PD. And this should work. Okay, this is also. All right, let's do this probably just to solve the problem because we didn't do that. And if we should have done how it asked us to open it earlier, I wouldn't be going through this problem now. So in this folder, go to your informatics. Okay, I don't know. For those who are doing it online, I'm not too sure how you are going to get that. But let me just do this. We'll get that one soon. So copy in the folder where you have the informatics for economics. Click outside and then copy this link. Or a better way to do that. Let's see. Sorry, I should be doing this outside of, but sometimes you kind of face these issues. Okay, it's not here where I want it. All right, so I'm trying to give Google Colab access so that I can be connecting certain things. All right, we'll go through it together. Let me just make sure I have it. Okay. Now let me just check. Although what I'm doing is already okay. Maybe this will work. Let me just, you know what? This command. Let me just come back to this command, and then probably show you what I was trying to do. So what we are trying to do here is to create a working directory. So this one is going to create a file, data, and then raw, and then it exists. Okay, and then it's going to save what we have inside there. Okay, so let me just confirm on something. Oops, not that, not that, not that. Oh dear. Okay. Do you, let's take 15 minutes break. We should have had, do you take 15 or 30? Do you want all the 30 minutes?
I said it's almost 11. So when we take 30-minute break, it will be like 12. By 12:32, we've ended the program.
Ended there. Okay, sorry. Let's continue. This folder, I want to.
Oh, but please, just 15-minute break won't spoil anything. I beg you. Me, I've not eaten since morning, Charlie. I beg you guys.
No problem.
Okay, so
No problem.
let's take a short one instead of the long one. So let's take the 15 minutes break, and then when we come, we'll continue. By then, I would have probably resumed whatever I'm doing.
And then maybe by 12:10 we close. That's fine.
Come
Thank you,
again.
sir.
We are supposed to close at 12:30, not 12. Or
Yes, sure,
Yeah.
12:30. 12:30.
yeah,
So
12:30.
we'll be back in 11:15.
Yeah, so let's
Yes.
back 11:15, and hopefully aim to close at 12:30.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you too. Okay, so we're on this before we left, and I think I've just I was probably mixing the two with the Jupyter notebook. Now, all the things we are doing, I want you to click on this folder which shows up on this side. Have we done that? I guess you have. Okay, we've not executed this one, so you will not see what I want to say. All right, so let's write this one first. Let's type import OS. So this one allows us to interact with our operating system. So it can go into our operating system and help us to create folders. So let's type this. When we are done, we type OS. Maybe for this one, let me just copy it for us. And I'm going to paste it in the message in the chat. Those who can have access, you can copy and paste.
Those of us that are using the the Zoom elsewhere and the
Zoom
thing to
elsewhere.
elsewhere, Charlie.
Maybe
Someone should
let me,
post it in our WhatsApp groups, so I beg you
yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So kindly do that. Those who have access on their machines. Paste it in your
Import OS.
Please, someone should kindly put it on our page, the WhatsApp
Ah,
page.
somebody had it already. Let me. Is Grace here? Grace, are you here? What about Evans?
I'm here,
So
Doc.
they are put on the page, so it's okay.
Okay, all right.
The course update.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. Have we pasted, copied and pasted? Or if you are typing too?
So we are typing.
Oh, you don't have access to copy and paste. Okay, anyway. So you let me give a few minutes or seconds, but look at it carefully. Because of certain things, that's why I'm here can be any name. But this one, because of we are saving our data set with this name. Okay. So what this one is doing is that it's going to create a folder called data, it's called raw, but raw in a folder called data. And to check whether it exists or not. But again, even let me just show you something. If you just click on this plus sign and you say explain code, I click on explain code, it can even give us this one and then give us the explanation to the code that we have. So let me just read from here. So you say that this line imports OS model, which provides functions for interacting with the operating system. So the OS operating system, such as creating directories. So os.make DRIS which is this. This command creates a directory structure. It attempts to create a folder path, data, and then raw. So here, let me just show you. I'm going to look for data. I think this is, it's not data. Can someone see data? Yeah, so this is data. So you have, I think I changed this. Let me, I think I'm stuck with this one for now. Let me execute. Yeah. You can see this data, and as you can see this raw. So this is where it is created. So what I realized was that I wanted it to show in our folder, but it would require some other steps. So we'll probably take a look at that one later, because we would also need it. So the folders we're trying to create earlier, it's not necessary because this should be able to do it for us. So before you run this, you realize that you don't have data. You can check. I'm not sure you'd have data. If you have it, you don't see raw. Can someone confirm for me?
Yes, there is no data.
Should we run it?
No, don't run yet. Just confirm first before you run.
Yeah, there is no data.
Okay. So if you have pasted this one now execute this. You can now execute it. You can now run it. And then you realize that data will show up. When you finish, you can confirm for me.
Yes, confirmed.
So data has appeared now.
Yes, it has appeared. So previously, above the data lab, there was nothing. It was just content data lab, and now there is data in between the content and data lab.
Excellent. When you click
Can
on
you
the app,
please show us where you are speaking from? Inisa?
here. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
So on this folder, if you click on this line, this folder which is showing up here, when you click on it, it will open up this files. Okay, and you're saying that you see content and then data lab. In between data, if you run this, in between content and data lab, you see data. Can you confirm that? If you don't have it, then execute this one first. Run this cell first.
Actually.
Sir, I've executed,
Yeah, I
but
think
what
I
I
have it
have there,
now.
sample data and a file.
Mine is working. Thank you.
You saw the data
Yes.
and
And under the data is raw before
no,
the data
everything.
line.
Yeah. Who was saying he couldn't find his own?
Myself, I only have sample data and a folder.
Sample data and a folder. I'm not even seeing sample data in mine here. Is everybody seeing sample data like what he's saying?
It's in the folder. So click on the folder. You see content and data.
Okay. Did you hear that? Okay. Okay, so all right. Probably have to check this one. So this one is my drive and it's showing me all the things I have within my drive. And I'm sure we should see Google Colab. Yeah, Colab notebooks also here. Anyway, so let's go back to what we are doing. Later we can explore. This is there for you to explore, and it's only possible to show you everything that is possible. Sometimes you would just stumble upon certain things and then you learn out of it. Okay, so hopefully you have seen the data that we are talking about, and if you click on the raw, you will see that it has generated the file here, the file name here, week0_Africa_economists is what is showing up here. Okay. which is a CSV file. Why is this one moving? Sorry, I'm trying to move this, but it's not moving, but that's what we have here. Please, can you confirm that in the raw you can see CSV in the square bracket, in the
Yes.
square?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So it's because of what we've generated, that the file we have generated, that's what we are having here. Okay, so this is what we have done. Yeah. So the other line of command, and I probably have to move a little faster because I think we are far behind schedule. So let me get the are you? Oh, don't find mine. Here we go. Okay, I'm pasting another line of command. So those who have access to the chat, kindly copy and paste it and share with your colleagues. And that is going to be, if we wanted to load the data, reload the data. So here, load the data. This is just calling it as reload. So just look at this. Probably let me explain this one a little further. Here, everything here is very important. Okay. This df is the name of the file. The name of the file. Well, you remember when we're saving, let me close this. When we're saving it earlier, we said it should be df equals pd dot data frame data. So now this has been converted into a data frame and is given a name df. And this df can be any name at all. Okay, but usually so you can, even if you know the name of this file, assuming it's a data on which maybe GLSS, let's take Ghana Living Standard Survey. You can just name this as GLSS. So you know that that is the date, that is it. Okay, so this is just a default, just like a variable. So it's just a default. So you can always give it a different name. Okay, so don't always be stuck with this. But normally, when you look at Python books and the rest, DF is the default name they normally use, especially because you'll be repeating it. So that is that DF, which is here. So if you give it a different name, that is the name that will appear here. So DF dot to CSV. So this one is saying that we are moving this one or saving it as a CSV file. And this is the folder that you should save it in. And this folder is what was generated earlier, okay, in this make directory. Okay, so this was what was generated earlier. The only thing is that I'll check and then we'll look at it maybe next week when we come back. You can see that it created it and it creates it as part of the files in the cloud. Here, when we finish and we close it, although this script would always be saved, but all of these things will be lost. Okay, will clear because they will currently. So when you finish using the virtual other people or for other things, but always you have access to the notebook and you can always run to get the things that you executed earlier. But we want to check, we would have to check how we can run it and then later save it on our local drive. And that is how you have to connect it to your drive. So that anything you do, it saves on your local drive. But what you are doing currently, it is saving it on the virtual machine in the cloud, not on our local drive. Okay, so this one has been generated and they're saying that now save this one in this drive here or in this folder raw on that path. So if we want that data, we now giving a new name. So this is just a name. Okay, it must not always be df underscore reload. So this is a name. And then what is actually important is this, pd.read_cv. So within pd, there's a command called read_cv. I think, no. So let me see if I can see. We can see that one here. Okay, I'm not sure it is not showing up. But anyway, so pd.read_cv. That is the command you use, open bracket, then the column, the quote, and then the path with the name of the file. Okay, the path with the name of the file. And because it is the virtual machine, that is why it is this dot dot is representing what is here. If we had taken it from somewhere else, we would have seen the longer path. Okay, so data, raw, then week. That's the name of the file that we saved earlier. And then if we should run just this first line, it would save it in this. Okay. But if we want to let it show, then we write this line, this second line of command. Just to explain what I mean, I'm going to block this. And then when I run, this is what we get. It has run, but we can't see anything. But now this is the data which is actually showing now. But if I should take out the hash and then now execute, it will spell out it this way. So you can see the actual table. Okay, did we get the same thing? Can we confirm?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
excellent. Now let's, let me, we'll do some few things. I wish we could jump, but we can't jump it. So here, how many countries are included in the data sets? At least we can see, we can answer these questions. How many years are included? Which country had the highest inflation in 2022? And then why is it useful to save data in CSV? I will try and look at some of these issues. So here, the data set includes 3 countries. Okay, so here, how many countries are included here? So as from what we see, the data set includes 3 countries, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria. The data set includes 2 years, 2021 and 2022. So this is more or less a panel data because these countries are appearing 2 times in 2021 and 2022. Generally, we have 3 types of data, or even say 4. We have a cross-sectional, that is if the data is collected at a point in time, one time, and then we don't go back to collect data on the individuals or countries that we collect the data from. So if Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria were all appearing once in a particular year, then that is a cross-sectional data. If only Ghana, and we have all those variables, like the variables that we did earlier, the variables were a year, no, we don't even need a year anymore, GDP, inflation, unemployment, for only Ghana, but for a number of years, even more than 1 year, then we are looking at a time series data. So one particular country, but several information has been collected on it over a period of time. That is a time series data. Okay, that's a time series data. However, if several countries data collected on them on different years, like we have, that is a panel data. Okay, the same information being collected over different years. Sometimes also, especially for cross-sectional data, household level cross-sectional, or individual level, like Ghana Statistical Service, for instance, they have the Ghana Living Standard Survey, round 1 up to round 7. Round 8 would come out soon. All these rounds, the data were collected on different individuals. So round 1, there's some people who were sampled. In round 2, they didn't follow the same individuals, but the same questions that were asked in people in round 1 is what was asked in people in round 2. But yes, they added some questions. We can merge these 2 data points, okay, the round 1 and round 2. we have a study that we merged. Then there was no round. It was up to round 5 or round 6. So we merged from round, I think 3, 4, 5, 6 together. But these are cross-sectional data, but they are not following the same individuals. If they were following the same individuals and we append them, then we are having a panel data. But if it's not the same individuals, but the same questions has been asked on these rounds, and we append them or bring them together, then that is a pooled data, a pooled cross-sectional data, POOLED, cross-sectional data. So let's try to notice between these types of data sets when it comes to economics, when we are dealing with data in economics. Okay, so Ghana had the highest inflation in 2022 among the countries included, but we would use the software to, we would use this to look at it. So CSV files are useful because they can be opened by many software packages. That is why people, or not most, it's always preferred to save your data in CSV because almost all softwares opens CSV. And if I have let's say Stata or R, it may not be I may not be able to open it in another type of software, but for a CSV, you can open it easily in other types of software. The raw data are original data files. Processed data are cleaned or transformed versions created through code. I'm just answering this. Now, we are going to be doing this. For now, let me just give you, because of time, I wanted us to type, but let me paste it and then explain what these commands are. So you can see that you don't always have to come up here to click on the plus. Just below every cell, it shows up code or text. When you click on it, this one comes up and you can paste in your command or type in your command. So for the first one, what we are doing is that we are subsetting the year variable. Okay, so we are just taking out this. So df underscore 2022, create a data frame for it, but for only year. So I'm going to block these two with a hash and then with a hash here. And then I execute. Let me type in another command, but this time I'll type only df underscore 2022, and then let's see what happens. So you see that, oops. Okay. So you can see what has happened. So you can see that only data for 2022 has been extracted. Okay. If I should change, we have 2021. So if I should change this to, what is it? 2020 to 1 and then 1. And then change this one to 1. And when I execute this one, see, I've changed it to 2021. So when I execute this and then execute this, here this is 2022. So if I now execute this, it now gives me only the 2021 data points. Are we good? Are we there? Hello?
Hello, sir. We here.
Oh, okay.
Hello, sir. We are here.
All right. Okay, so let me go back to our 2022. So when I execute this and now get a 2022 subset of the data. So it extracted only the 2022. Okay. So I think we did that. That's what it did for the Kenya, where's the Kenya one here? We did the Kenya bit here. Okay, so let me just, okay, no, this one, it's added the mean. So we want it restricted it to that one. So let me just continue from here. Okay, so But here, what we want is for the highest inflation for 2022. Okay, so let's look at the command. So I'm going to take this one out. Highest inflation underscore 2022. Then it is using DF 2022, which is this. Dot sort underscore values. So what this part of the command will do is to sort our data points from the highest to the lowest based on what? Based here on inflation. Okay, so as you can see here, so we have 31.5, 7.7, 18.8. So here Ghana is the highest, followed by Nigeria and followed by Kenya. Okay, now ascending equals say equals false, then dot head 1. What is this saying? The head one means that display only, only use the first one. So let me take this one out and then you see what happens. I'm taking the head 1 and then I execute. In fact, let me take this one out so that when we execute, you see what happens. We execute and then you can see that it has sorted it from the highest to the lowest. Please, can you see that? The initial one didn't sort it, but because of this command, the sort values, it has sorted it from the highest to the lowest. So now let me add back the head. The head, the head dot 1, and then take out the hash from here. So this time, because it is only head 1, it's going to take just the first. But when I execute, you can see that it has displayed only the one for Ghana. Ghana is what the highest value here. Okay, the Ghana is the one on top.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Please, the output, how come it did not start with 0 and it started with 1 as compared to the previous ones that we've run?
Okay, that's so this one, because it's because it says, okay, so let's look at this one. So take a look at the numbers here. Can you see the numbers here?
Yes.
Where there's not following from, there's no 2, there's no 4.
Yes.
Because
yes.
it is looking at this one and extracting only 2022.
Okay.
2022 is 1, 2022 3, 2022 is 5. So everything is coming from the main data set. Okay, I hope it's clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, any other question on this one?
So, sir,
Yep.
meaning for this command, the last command that we just insert, now, which means we can find a way to play around it if you want to change it to 2021. If you want to sort the value, but only for maybe unemployment, you change the inflation and you bring unemployment. So you can play around it that way.
Yes. So I've just copied that one, pasted here, and I'm going to change it maybe 2021. So you're going to look at 2021 for the year. Then instead of inflation, let's use unemployment as you were saying. So unemployment. So these ones are very descriptive. I can leave the name here like that, but it won't describe what I have. So instead of just leaving that way, I rewrite it into a more descriptive way. So here, inflation, instead of inflation, we have unemployment. Okay. Okay. So maybe let me block this ones first. Or okay, so yeah, because of time, when I execute, hopefully you can see. So this is 5.8 for the unemployment. So let's go and check for 2020, let's check for the highest inflation. So the highest unemployment. The highest unemployment here in the main data is 5.9. but that one is in 2021. Okay, I think that's what we wanted.
Okay, I was just trying to know if you can play around that with how it is.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're dealing with 2022. So the first one, I thought I changed it to 2021. Okay, yeah, I made a mistake here. So this should be 1. So it corresponds with this. And then, so again, when you're making the changes, you have to be careful. You have done it for everything. So this should be 5.9 now. Yes. So 5.9 for 2021. Okay, so yes, you can play with it and do anything that you want to do. I mean, as long as it makes sense. Okay, quickly, let me just bring this one here. Please, I hope we are following.
Yes, sir.
All right. Again, let's make sure we practice. So let's look at some setup problems that we may face when somebody did something earlier and said that they had is a name error. Okay, so when you run a command and you get name error, it has something. I mean, it means something. So let's start from there. So when you run and you get model not found error, there's no model named pandas, and the thing of pandas is not installed. So it could be NumPy, it could be whatever. So this one should give you an indication that it hasn't been installed. So normally, what you do, especially when we're in Jupyter, is that you would have to first run this one. Exclamation pip install pandas before we go ahead. Okay, so this also another one, BS model, also model not found. An example, BS4, that means that beautiful soup packages missing. We'll be doing this one. That's going to be used for web scraping. Okay, then you have to install. File not found. It means that Python cannot find the file or the folder. So that should give you an indication that you have to go and look for probably the path to that folder is wrong. You have to change it. Name error. See, name df is not defined. It implies that the cell that created df was not run. So if you have name error, that should tell that although you are using it and probably written the command somewhere, you've not executed it. So you have to go back and look for that cell and run that line of command. Then key error. Okay, key error. So country. So column name is misspelled or missing. So this is why I was saying that here you've written country. I mean, you've in creating the data set, you wrote capital small c, but when you're typing, you want to type capital C. Okay, and then you are doing that, and it did that what key error. That should tell you that what the name is, you've probably misspelled it or it's not there. So that it can be something you have to do to check. Then cannot save. Okay, so these are how to fix it. Okay, I'm just running through. You're going to get this file, so you can go through it later. Cannot say CSV file. It means a folder does not exist. So you have to create the folder, colapted. Then code works on one cell, but not later. So that cells were run out of order. So maybe whilst you're doing it, you want to do something else order. So you may have skipped running a certain cell. And if they are following, it means that it will not work. So these are some of the common errors that you'd get when you're doing the setup problem. All of this. Probably, if I shared it with you, I'm sure I maybe do it
Hello, Doc.
here in this class. Yes, sir.
Please, what about syntax error?
Yeah, so syntax error implies that what the command you've written is wrong. For that one, it will be either the model or something that you've not written well, but probably I'll check. But if the syntax error, which is common in other softwares, it means that either the command does not exist.
Because I was trying to save the one you said, which is save as CSV, okay. But it says syntax error.
Syntax error. So, well, there's save. You mean that? Where is it? Is it this one?
Yeah, that exactly.
Which one of them?
Yeah, this one.
Which of these?
The import OS. Import
Okay, so
OS.
import this.
OS dot make IRS.
So you can check. Did you copy and paste or you typed?
I typed.
Okay, so that is where the problem is. But what you can do is that you see this button here. Can you see this like a pen and then a star above it?
The
Hello?
phone I'm using, I think I'm not seeing that button.
Or you're using a phone?
Android.
Android. But I hope you have a
Yes, we
machine
can
you can run
see.
this later.
Yeah, I have a machine, but I think the hotspot is disturbing me. That's why.
Okay. So when you click, hopefully when you do it and you see it, when you click on it, you can
Okay.
explain code.
Okay.
Or even when you get the error down there, it will tell you that explain error. So when you click on it, it will give you an indication of the error and then even correct it. Then when you click on accept, it will correct it for you. Okay.
Okay.
So that the syntax error means you've definitely typed either the command, you didn't type it well, or yeah, I think that
Yeah,
would
it
be
said it said syntax error, invalid syntax. Perhaps you forgot the comma.
yeah. So you have to check all of that. So check where there's a comma or something, and you'd get it from there. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, please, for iOS, is it that there's a special key combination to copy and paste? Because I've tried
Uh,
severally to paste some of the codes you've shared with us, but I'm not able. When I do
yeah. So okay. Yeah.
Control V, it doesn't show. When I do Command V, it only, extend the space for the code. It doesn't paste the actual code.
Or if you are pasting, you mean pasting?
Yes, sir. Pasting the codes you are sharing with us.
For those who are using Mac, how do you paste? What's the command, the shortcut for pasting? If you have a problem, why don't you use right click and paste? But those who are using Mac, can you give us the shortcut, the keyboard shortcut? Come again?
Command C
Right
for
click.
command V to paste.
Is it command V to paste?
Yeah, command V to paste.
Hmm. So you can try that
Command
But
V
if
to
it's not
paste. It
working, you
doesn't
just
paste.
need to
Right click to
use
paste
your
also. It
mouse.
doesn't show the.
Yeah, but you can just use your mouse to select it first and then you copy it before you come and paste it. Sometimes it doesn't work like that when you're copying codes.
Okay. So Mac, you would have to find the way to use the Mac when it comes to coding and the rest. I know a lot of coders also use MacBook, so you have to find a way around it. Okay. Where were we? So I think we've seen these ones already, and I think I can confidently jump this for now. Later you can. Okay, yeah. So I think that is it for now. So this is what you're going to. Let me quickly go to. Hopefully we have our 30, just above 30 minutes left. Let's see how we can get that. Okay, 1 second. Let me quickly find the material. Okay, but any question? Are we okay? This is just the setup. This is not a full, because normally in a full Python class, wouldn't have even started from here. Would have started from the very basic. But hopefully, we've gotten our head around some of the things we've done here. Can I say that?
Yeah.
Sure, sure, sir. Very well. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now I have to open another file. Oops. Wrong.
Hello, hello, sir.
Yes.
All this thing that is saved automatically, or we have to save it?
No, it saves automatically as long as you have internet. And even without internet, you can't run the commands. So even if time it runs, it means it's being saved. So it does it automatically. No. Okay, so I'm going to open. Maybe I should share.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, sir.
So, sir, it means if you want to if you want to export the data to Stata, you can do that with CSV without any problem, as in compared to Excel.
Storage and the chunky, the German mechanic.
Who was asking the question? Is it Bismarck?
Joseph Ken.
Bismarck, there's noise in your background, please.
No, this is Joseph Ken.
Yes.
Na
Okay, let's mute
ya
you.
ju no swam here. We are
Yeah, so you can in Stata you can import. So you go to File, Import, and then you can see CSV, and then you're able to import it into Stata.
Oh, okay. So you mean the one we are working, the data we are working on now, we can save it as Excel too?
Yeah, you can save it as Excel, but I would say you can even save it as CSV. So let me just show you something here. Did I close it? I think I've closed it. I've closed it. Otherwise, in the raw, okay, under the raw, you see download. When you click on it, you can on the data set, you can see download. You can download that file, that data onto your local drive. Did you get me? Okay. So because of, and again, this will be a lot of things to type. So I'm going to share this file with you right now. Later, I'll probably have to get access to your Moodle page. I'm sure that do you normally use your Moodle? I think you guys have a Moodle page that the files are shared. Or am
Yes,
I?
please.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
I think I don't have access to that one. Either that one or I just use my Google Classroom. But for now, because we don't have that yet, let me share this file here. And I don't know, okay. Awesome. Is it Enoch or Evans? Who is the Cosmo? What's your name again?
Evans.
Yeah, Evans. Okay, so I'll put it there. So maybe if somebody can get it and then download it. If you can, Evans, if you can get it and share it with your colleagues. So with this, what I want you to do is to save, go and paste it in your notebook. Okay, paste it in the notebook folder that we opened earlier. Okay, so let's paste it in there. In fact, let me even do that myself, just to correct. Please, are we see what I'm saying? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted. Maybe I may have shared the wrong one with you, but that's fine. Next time out, do it right. Okay, so if you've pasted it in your folder, in the folder, can I let me know whether you've pasted it in your folder or you've been able to save it in the notebook folder? A thumbs up if you've done that. Please, let's do this quickly so that we don't waste time. If you're finding issues, let me know so we can see how we can resolve it. We are all quiet. That doesn't mean that we are okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
So the one that you made at save, the data, the raw, and the width, that's the same place we are
Sorry,
pasting
come
it.
again. I can't hear you.
I'm saying the one that you made us save it on the raw and the width, those things that we first did where we save. Are we pasting it in the same place?
No, so now we are going to use that folder that you created and the raw whatever. So now, remember I asked you to create one called the data and then a notebook in that folder.
Yes.
Yes. So open the notebook and then paste what I've just shared into that notebook. Okay, so you should have it showing in the notebook like this. So the folders we created earlier, we are using it now. Please, are you with me? Are you all with me? Help me out. We have less than 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
To do this. Okay.
Yes, we have pasted.
All right. So if you have pasted now in your Google Colab, we are going to call call it into the Google Colab. So in Google Colab, we go to File. Okay, so then we go to Open Notebook, File, and then Open Notebook.
Control plus.
Then mine is in the Google Drive. So I'm going to my Google Drive. I think yours should also be in the Google Drive. And then that should be one of the things. So this is the one I shared, Wk1 live coding. So that's what I just shared with you. So click on it. So changes.
You shared. Hello, sir. You shared Wk1 guided lab.
Is that what I shared?
Yes, Wk1 guide.
Yes.
Wk1 guided lab students. Is that what I shared?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let me see what is there. Blah blah blah. Where is it? So let me just check what is inside that one and continue. Okay. So this, okay, let's, because of time, let me give you this other one instead. Otherwise, you will have to type all the things that I'm going to be showing. So I thought that's interesting what I've just shared. Maybe next week, what I'll be sharing with you is the guided lab and that we use, because maybe with that time, I'm sure we'll have time. So I've given you the one which has the full command. So kindly get that one instead. Hello. Let me know if you know what you're doing. So you should have week 1 live coding. Do we have it?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay, so let's quickly go through. So I don't know whether you saw how I uploaded it. So you go to file.
Please, can we go over how you uploaded it?
Yeah, so file. So you can do locate in drive. If is it pasted in your drive?
Yes.
Yeah, so locate in drive. So click on locate in drive, or just come to, I think this may be the easiest. Go to open notebook. Okay, so file, open notebook. Then you come to, are we there?
Yeah.
So check if it is part of the list. Week 1 live, week 1 underscore live underscore coding. Can you see it under part of the list? Yes or
But
yes?
some of them are lost too. We can't find our
Yes,
way.
yes, yes.
Where have you saved what I've just shared?
Oh, okay. I have it on my phone.
No, so it got to be difficult. So if your phone, see how you can trace it to get it. The rest of us, have we been able to upload it? Have we found it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we found it.
No, sir,
Okay, so
it's
it is
not
opened.
shared on our drive. Oh. It's not shared on our page.
Yeah, so those who have access to it, you can download it and share it. I thought you were doing that. Can you share it on your page or common page, please? If can you do
I
that?
shared. I've shared it already.
Shared.
Okay, so
Maybe which we've shared it in the June intake group.
please go to your page and you can get it. Okay. So wherever you've pasted it, it should be in the notebook. Okay, paste it in the notebook drive that we created earlier. Okay, we created a folder economics for informatics for economics, and then notebook. So we paste it in the notebook. Okay, copy and put it in the notebook. Then you come in your Google Colab. You come to file, come to open drive. Otherwise, you go to upload and then you click on browse and then follow till you go to the folder which contains it. So can I get an affirmation that you have opened it? You should be seeing something like this. Haribo.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, please, you can see that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. How many people are still struggling?
Those of us using the phone, we are struggling.
Yeah, so the phone, maybe that's one, you'll probably later you watch and then you go and practice. Okay, as I said earlier, you have to. This has to be done on the machine. Okay, on a laptop. So let's try and get that. Okay. All right. So I'm going to proceed. So I guess those who have laptops, everybody has been able to do this. And you have that. You have this one. Okay. So introduction to informatics for economics and our first data analysis in Python. Although we've seen something already. I think let me see whether I should still go ahead and use the presentation first. Okay. So I've further shared mine. Okay, let me use this one first, then we would probably would come to this. Okay. So hopefully by the end, I don't know how we can do that one by the end of this one, but we ought to explain what informatics for economics means, run a basic Python notebook. At least we've seen from what we've just done, we've learned how to run some Python notebooks. So when we get there, we won't spend too much time. We've even inspect, we've even done some filtering. That is when we did the subsetting and then summarize. So here we're going to use a much bigger data sets. So what is informatics for economics? You say it is the use of computational tools to answer economic questions with data. Okay, so using computational tools to answer economic questions. So that is all there has to be when it comes to informatics for economics. And the goal is not to become a computer scientist, but the goal is to become a better empirical economist. So I don't know, among the courses you'll be doing, will you be doing econometrics? Do you know whether you'll be doing econometrics or have you done it already?
We've done it already.
You've done it already. Okay, so this is an extra tool.
I'm done with that.
Okay, this is
Please,
an extra
January intake, we are here to do it. General intake, we are here to do econometrics.
Okay,
So
no problem. No problem. You'll do it. So those who have done it, you are which intake?
June 2025.
Oh, okay. All right. So don't worry, general intake, I'm sure you'll do it later. So the goal is so as I'm saying, this is just an extra tool apart from the econometrics that you've learned with Stata. I hope you use Stata. Now you are learning another software which can help you when it comes to big data. Okay. All right. So the goal is to not become computer scientists, but to become a better empirical economist. And students move from raw data to interpretable evidence using reproducible workflows. In fact, these workflows also, you can also do that within Stata, and it's always good. It's always advised that you do these workflows where you create folders for each section and then you save things in an appropriate folder. And when you share, it is easier to follow. We're saying economic data are increasingly large, messy, digital, and multi-source. Now, data is not only about the one that maybe you get a questionnaire, go to the field and go and collect, or the one that World Bank, World Development Index will put online, or you see on the Bank of Ghana website, on the Ghana Statistical Service website. It is moving beyond that. As you are using your phone, we are even generating data. And some of the data is economic in nature. Some of the data you are generating using your phones, going to your phone. All we are doing here, we are using Google and Zoom currently. All of this is data we are generating, and Zoom is also learning out of how we use it. And also, sometimes not only one source, we get it from multiple sources. Is a modern economist needs skills for cleaning, combining, analyzing, and documenting data. And that is how this comes in. We are using Python not because Python is the only software that can be used. There are other ones which are also available, like R. Python and R are one of the most used softwares when it comes to data science and machine learning and so large data set. Data is always limited when you are working with data. In fact, I'm working with data. I think I should probably move to Python or R. Saying this, I'm working with some data from the US, and that is 10%. Well, they are the census, 10% of their census. America is over 300 million, so 10% is what? 30 million. And so the data set is still large, very, very large. Ghana, the last census were 30.8 million. So 10% of that is 3.8 million, and Stata can open it easily. But this one with the 30.8 million data set I'm opening, sometimes I have to open it, leave it, and for hours, it is still trying to load. So there's limitation when it comes to that data set. You can even compress it, but it won't compress it enough. I compressed it and it's still within 20 something gig. Very large. Okay. But with these new data sets, it's quite easy to work with these large data sets, what we call big data. So it's a Python supports reproducibility, automation, visualization, and statistical analysis. Now, it doesn't mean that Stata cannot do it, Stata can do it, but there's a tool which is free. And again, the Stata, I'm not sure you bought it. You all had it, somebody gave it to you, which is illegal. But when it comes to Python and R, it is free. As you see, you've seen right now, we didn't have to use any crack to make it work. Okay. So applied economic data workflow. We've seen this one already, where you have the economic question, you acquire the data, you clean, you do manipulation, you query the data using SQL, which we'll look at later, but sometimes we can skip this. Okay, when you're doing the econometrics, I'm sure, definitely you skipped SQL, but you did some visualization, I hope. You did some regression, you did some interpretation, and you did, okay, in terms of reproducibility, I can't be sure on that. So week one focuses on the first part of this workflow, that is framing a simple economic question, loading data, and producing first summaries. Okay, so that's what we'll concentrate on for today. So these are the things that I think I've shown you this already, so let me skip this. I think we've seen this, but the main thing is so our economic question that you're going to be working on, how do GDP growth, inflation, and unemployment differ across selected economies? So we have our data sets, and we have our variables, and which we are going to be working with. And let me probably just say this. I'm sure you already know, but when it comes to data sets, these are the columns, and our rows are where we have Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria. So the rows takes the observations, while the columns takes the variables. Okay. And what would I want to look at? Okay, so maybe let me pause this one and let's come in here. Okay, let's come in here. Okay, so now you can see, probably let me just show you something. You can see that these as if they are notes, and yes, they are notes. So these are the text. So if you select text, it will show up as this. So if I double click inside here, this is how it is written using the text. So it is 1 hash would make it big. 2 hashes will reduce it a little than this. Then the stars would make it, if it's in star, it boldens it. So you can see from here. Okay, so this is what is showing up this way. So when you write it this way, when you select the text and write it this way, it will come up this way. Okay, when you run it, it will come up this way. So It is no magic. So when I close it, you can see that. Okay. So same way, let me open this one and you can see it. So this one is just in a single quote economic question, then the arrow. That's how come this is showing up this way. Okay, so I'm just showing you this way so you can, if you want to have, right, so if in your project, you have to write the note, the interpretation, the question and everything must be written in the notebook. And this is how you're supposed to go about it. Okay, so I hope you're getting what I'm saying.
Hello, Doc. Please, can you go back what you just mentioned about the text?
Okay, so let me probably just do one. So if I click on text, okay, I can write, and I want to write, say, I'm going to write the same thing with one live coding. So week 1 live coding. You see, I didn't select code, I selected text. You can see that it has shown up here. Okay, I type introduction to informatics or economics. Let me just end it here. Okay, you can see what is happening here. Here it is even following it. Okay, but if I bring 1 star here, you see the difference. You see what has happened. Please, can you see the difference?
Yeah.
Okay. If I bring 2 stars, so if I bring another 1 star, it is on the same level as this, but I want this one to be smaller. So the more, so not star hash, the more hash I bring, the smaller it becomes. So if I bring a second hash, it reduces it. Okay, so this is how we write text within the notebook. Are we okay?
Okay, let me just take a snapshot of that.
So here, if you just double click in this, you see what I'm saying. You double click in what you already have. You can see how it was written and how it reflects on the right-hand side.
If you said what if you double click where
So
the
here,
text
can you
side?
see? Yeah, week 1 live coding, what I've given you. Just
Oh,
double
okay,
click.
okay. I've seen it. Thank you.
All right, welcome. So let me delete this one and then we continue. So our economic question for today is, how do GDP growth, inflation, and unemployment differ across selected African countries over time? Okay, so this is going to help us to run this. This is what we're going to do is to generate synthetic data. Okay, so first, what we will have to do, import OS, which will allow Python or the Colab to work with our operating system. Then we'll import pandas as PS, which I'm sure now you are familiar with. Import NumPy as NP, would work on that one. We will see what it does. Then import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. So here, the earlier one we did was from matplotlib or probably let me, do I still have that one? Okay, I don't have, I've closed it. Anyway, so this is what we have. Import matplotlib.pyplot. So this one will help us to do some plotting. So, but that one, give it an alias as PLT. Okay. So here is make sure tables display clearly in the notebook. So we are doing some setting. It's a pd.set option display.max columns none pd.set option this. So again, as I said, if you want more explanation, you can just click on here, explain code, and then it will explain all the codes inside here. So if in case all I'm saying now sounds rubbish to you, you can always go here and then get more explanation to it. Okay, so here to show columns and then to adjust the width. So columns and then width. Okay, so that's what the last one does. And then this one imports partly for plotting and visualization. Okay, all right. So we can execute that line. Let's execute this. When it's done, we'll see the number still. I'm sure some of you, okay, somebody's own finished running. Okay, mine is done now. Then we go to the second code. I mean the second cell or the third item here as written here. We are going to create folders that are going to be used in this course. So let's generate and let's see what it says. I'm just going to do some confirmation as to okay. So it's not showing my local drive. I don't know why, but if we come here, I should see not so. Okay, so data, we can see data. We should see okay. Yeah, so in data, we can see it has created the raw and then the processed folder. How can you see it in yours also?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can.
Then can somebody see output? I'm looking for output. Yes, output is here. So we created a folder output, and in the output, we should see tables and figures. So table
Yes.
and figures.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we've just done. I can see that the raw is empty because nothing has been generated. We have not generated any file yet. So it is nothing is showing, although I've clicked on it. All right, so now we're now coming to create our folder. Sorry, our data set. So this time, how many countries are we looking at? You can see we have Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia. It's also, this is in Python, this is called a dictionary or a dictionary. So the dictionary has its key and then these are the attributes within the dictionary. So Ghana is found in West Africa, lower middle income, and she think that's the GDP of 3.1. Sorry, 31. Probably have to check what that is. Yep. We have, so same. Nigeria also in West Africa, also a lower
Hello,
middle income.
Doc.
Yes, madam.
Please,
Yes, sir.
you see the box where it says from Google Colab import drive. Do you have to also run that one?
Where is it?
Or it's not on yours? Because on mine, when we run the create folders, and beneath it, it has another box saying from Google Colab import drive amount, content drive. Or maybe it's from my side.
Is anybody also having the same thing? I don't know whether I've deleted it,
Yeah.
but
Yes, I have the same command here, but I did not run it.
Okay.
okay, you run it. Okay, you run it. I don't know what's happening. Does it come before the import libraries?
No, it comes
Yeah.
after the create folder used
Create
in the course
folders.
where we create the raw process tables and figures.
Ah, okay.
Yes,
Oh,
the three. It comes after the three.
Okay, so when you did it, what is he saying?
I'm not running it.
Yeah, so I think you have to run it.
So
Some of
permit this notebook to access your Google Drive files.
Yes. So you need it. So
That's
it
the
has
response.
generated it because you have to link it to it. So I think that is it. I think even if I should click this one. I think I've even already done it, so. There's no need. That's what I'm doing, but let me do it anyway. Okay, so we're on number 4. Okay, we are on number 4. Let me do this and see whether I get what I wanted. Still, I don't get it. Okay. So number 4, we are now. So remember, this is what you typed something close to this earlier. Please, do you all remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So, but as I'm saying, you would not always have to type this because you would probably get it from online. So later we would see how. I think that is the read. I think so. I think we've seen that one. If you want to read in a data set. Okay. So here is our dictionary. Or dictionary, however, how is it even pronounced? Anyway, so we have that this is a data path. So you say that it should go and save it in the raw data set. I mean the raw folder. Currently, there's nothing here. Okay, there's nothing in the raw. So when we finish, we should see it with this name. So everything we are doing now will be saved with this name inside the raw data, the raw folder. Sorry, I'm aware it's time, but give me a few minutes and then hopefully we'll be out of here. So given this, we have this, and then, I mean, creating the file, creating the data set. Okay, we are giving it a label. So region that, and then what we are doing is also saving it as a data frame at once. Okay, we are saving it as a data frame at once, and then convert it to CSV also, and then you should print the path. So let's execute this. And mine has run now. So now you can, it just showed up. So you can see that the data has appeared in the raw. You can confirm in yours. If you've run that, you should see it now appear.
Yes.
Okay. With the 3 dots here, when you click it, you can download it. So the person was asking whether you can download and then use in here and Stata. Yes. So this is where you download it and you can get access to it. All right. So I think I was trying to explain this one earlier in terms of what a variable is. So a variable stores a value, and Python can store lists and dictionaries. So we saw how the dictionary part here, so all of these are being stored in the meta or in Ghana. So Ghana, as long as it's a string variable, we put it in quote. If it's a number, it stays, it's not put in a quote. And then this is an integer, and this is a float. Okay. So when we do this and we print, so it has printed, you can realize that we are printing the names and not what we've written here. So print country. Country contains Ghana, so it has printed Ghana. Print year. Year contains 2023. Inflation rate contains 40.3. So that is what has printed here. Okay. We can also create a list. So lists are normally put in a quote, I mean a square bracket. So we are creating this list and then say that let this all go into countries. Then print out countries. And then this one. So let's take note of this. Remember we said it is indexed, Python is 0 indexed. So in terms of this, Ghana is number 0, Kenya is 1, Nigeria is 2. So if I should print this, which one do you think would appear or should come up? Hello.
Only Ghana.
Yes, Ghana, only Ghana. So this one will print all the countries, but this one will print only Ghana. So let's give it a try. So we print, like I said, the first one, all the countries, and then there's Ghana. If we should change this one from 0 to 1, it should print Kenya. You can see Kenya. If we change it to 3, sorry, to 2. In fact, if I change it to 3, it will give me an error because it doesn't contain, it's not up to 3. Okay, that's run the first one all right, which is this one, but this one, index error. So that is also an error that you'd come up with normally face. So this is an index error. We've listed an index, but that index cannot be found in the data. We've gone beyond what we have. But if I go 2, okay, maybe you forgot and you counted it as 1, 2, 3, and instead of, so since you wrote 3, you put in 3 here. So that gives you an error. Okay.
Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Please, in terms of numbering, I think it starts with 1. And then, so why do we use 0 from, why you use 0 for Ghana? And then
Now, I'm saying
Kenya.
that one is how Python has developed its system.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so in Python, it is 0 indexed. So it starts from 0. It starts the numbering from 0 and not from 1.
Oh, okay.
This is 0, 1, 2. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sure. So we can also create a dictionary like we did earlier. So we have this. So we have the key value pairs. So this is the dictionary, which is the indicator. We have the key, which is name, and then the value is inflation. Unit is the key, and then the value percent. Interpretation, the key, and then annual change is the value. So whatever comes first, the key, column, and whatever follows is the value. Okay, so you can now print. You can see the first one prints everything. We are printing the whole indicator. But now I want it to print only interpretation. So it's going to print only this annual change in consumer prices. Okay, that's for this. That's the second line of command. The second print is what is printing the second line here. Okay, are we good? Then for numbers, I think we've seen it. So I think let's see something. So let's see. Nominal growth is 15. Inflation is 10. So we want to calculate the approximate real growth. So it is nominal minus inflation, which is being stored in what we call approximate real growth. And then we have this print approximate real growth, colon, then comma, approximate real growth. So this one is what is here, comma, and then into bracket. Sorry, not bracket, quote, unquote, the percentage. So you can see that that's what we have here. The space in between the 5 and the percentage. If I should close the gap and then print, redo it. Okay, no, it didn't. Okay, I think I've missed that one. Okay. I think I've missed that one. Probably I'll check later how it will be together. But otherwise, this is what we have. We saw one earlier where it was the F. Okay, but this one is not using the F one. I forgot that again. Apologies. I've forgotten some few stuff here, but the main thing I think we are getting it. All right. So this is where you would have done that typing in the guided thing. So you would have done the typing here just to see what I'm saying. So I would have given you the instructions. So create variables for your own country, name, a year, and an unemployment rate. Print a sentence using those variables. So this is just an example. So yeah, let's skip that one and then come to this. let me see how many we have left, and then. Sorry, let me probably ask so that if it's not possible, then I just stop. Can we do up to 1 o'clock? Is it okay to do up to 1 o'clock?
Hey, don't.
Oh, that's fine. We can close now, so we continue later if that's. But since you have this, I will expect that you go through it, you complete it before we meet next week. So when we meet next week, it's just going to be touching on a few things. I mean, proceeding from here. Although, as I said, for those who weren't part of the class earlier, it's going to be a continuation. So the things we are building up next week when we meet is going to be a build up on that. So if it's the pleasure of the house, we can close now or we can go up to 1 o'clock. So what is the pleasure of the house?
Let's close now.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So
Yeah.
since you have the materials, try
Bye,
and go.
Doc.
Hey,
I was thinking since this is it's a practical session, why not the school shouldn't like sometimes they wait for some time before they upload the recordings. Maybe we will plead with them that this one they should upload it as soon as possible so that we will start working on them throughout the week before we meet you the next. Because if not, by the time we come back, we have to start all over for us. We beg you. So that at least we will
So
listen to the recording
I
in
don't have
practice.
access to. I can see the recording also on mine. So when I finish, I don't know where. And Alasan, you are also a co-host, and it's also recording on yours also. Is Alasan still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes. So I think you also requested for it to be for recording. I think then
Yeah.
everybody can access recording rather than because if Alasan has been able to record, but okay, because maybe you are the co-host, that's why. Yeah, maybe because you're the co-host, that's why. And okay, so let's see. What will be the case? Even just with with the notebook you have, you should be able to run through it without even the video, if the video comes late. Okay, I've shown you how you can go about it, even for explanation, where you can go use this to explain the code. Okay, so to explain whatever it's being done here. Okay, but again, that's fine. If you, I think you'd, I don't know if the coordinator, the one here, the one with the ICD GTUC, if you are listening, I mean, our students are complaining of the time the videos are uploaded to them. So please, if you can do something about it. I don't have access to that where it is uploaded to. Is it uploaded? Where is it uploaded? In the module page or where is it uploaded to?
In the
On
LMS.
YouTube.
On
Yeah.
YouTube.
Private
On a
YouTube.
page.
On a YouTube page.
YouTube, yes. Yes. YouTube
Yeah,
page.
it's
But
private.
the course will speak to that.
Okay, so hopefully they are hearing us. But otherwise, yeah. Because I myself, as I didn't even know there was a link. There was a link that was supposed to. So I generated my own link, Google Zoom link for us to use. So yeah. But please, let's go through it. I'm going to share some other materials with you. I also try and see if I can be given access to the LMS, or maybe because I'm